Chapter 2896. Mahesvara seemed to have gone crazy at this time. He grabbed Yi Xuan crazily, not letting him escape. His whole body was burning with spiritual power. It seemed as if the world was falling. The world was mourning. A top expert had fallen. His death had even caused the world to resonate. It was an apocalyptic scene everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. Get lost! Yi Xuan instantly understood what Mahesvara was thinking. He clearly wanted to stall Yi Xuan so that the sky splitter could escape. He himself was desperately trying to stall Yi Xuan so that the sky splitter would have enough time to escape. Moreover, he left the dark Bodhi divine hand behind to stall Yi Xuan. If he didn't have the dark Bodhi divine hand, he wouldn't be able to stop Yi Xuan. He would be torn apart in an instant. Neither the sky splitter nor the dark Bodhi divine hand would be able to escape. At this time, he didn't have any thoughts of killing Yi Xuan. He just wanted to let one of them escape. Yi Xuan could even guess what he was thinking. The dark Bodhi divine hand didn't have a tool spirit. In terms of value, it was inferior to the sky splitter, which had a tool spirit. It could still erupt with amazing combat power without the help of an emperor. He had made his choice almost instantaneously. It was no wonder that Mahesvara was a top-notch expert who had been the #1 expert in the world for such a long time. He was definitely an ambitious and decisive person. Even when he was forced into a corner, he still made the most appropriate choice. If it were Yi Xuan, he would probably make the same choice. However, Yi Xuan wouldn't let himself be forced to make such a choice. However, since Yi Xuan had already understood, he couldn't let the other party have his way. Yi Xuan pointed his finger. In an instant, the whole world seemed to rotate with his fingertip as the center. It condensed and erupted with the power of a world in an instant. Bang! Freedom! Celestial screamed as he was sent flying. His entire body exploded in an instant, even with the help of the dark Bodhi divine hand. His strength had dropped by a lot since he didn't have more than half of his body. He couldn't use the true power of the dark Bodhi divine hand. He was sent flying by Yi Xuan's attack. The dark Bodhi sacred hands ended up in such a state in your hands. What a waste of heavenly gifts! Yi Xuan shouted loudly. He saw that the great freedom heavens had reformed his body and was rushing towards him. So, he didn't chase after the splitting sky spear. Instead, he rushed towards the great freedom heavens. The Avicii sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xuan's hand. It chopped out an earth-shattering, blood-red sword light. It seemed as if an ancient mountain range had pierced through the stars and hacked down. Pucci! Mahesvara used his sacred dark Bodhi hand to block the attack, but it was not enough. Although he managed to block most of the sword of Avicii's sword light, he was still sent flying. His fleshly body exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist. At this moment, Yi Xuan reacted quickly and grabbed the dark Bodhi divine hand. The moment Yi Xuan tried to grab the dark Bodhi sacred hand, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the dark Bodhi sacred hand. A wisp of divine sense was faintly left behind, and it burst forth. It was Holy Lord Bodhi. At this critical moment, the last bit of Holy Lord Bodhi's spirit had burst forth in an attempt to stop Yi Xuan. Audacious mortal, how dare you desecrate my relic? So, you're the one who's helping Mahesvara from behind. I was wondering why Mahesvara was able to use the dark Bodhi divine hand so freely in such a short period of time. So, you're the one who's secretly helping me. A sneer appeared on Yi Xuan's face. The remnant soul of an emperor lord was indeed a great threat to others. However, it was nothing to him, not to mention the fact that it was dead. Even if it was alive, he had already killed it. However, this was just the right time. If he wanted to control the dark Bodhi divine hand under normal circumstances, he would have to spend a lot of time to find and refine this wisp of spirit that was secretly causing trouble. So, he could kill this wisp of spirit right now. It would save him a lot of time. Yi Shiwen chopped out with his sword and roared, "Buried sword art!" Countless sword lights swept across the sky and turned into a huge long stream. It converged into a river and condensed into a river. It was like rivers flowing into the sea. Then it fiercely chopped towards Holy Lord Bodhi's spirit. "Pucci!" Holy Lord Bodhi roared, "How dare you!" However, it was useless. The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand did not have the slightest emotion or fear. It directly pierced through him. Although the spirit of an emperor lord was also very terrifying, and ordinary quasi-emperors might not be able to hurt them, Yi Shiwen had the Avicii sword in his hand. It only took one sword strike to pierce through him, and he instantly turned into ashes. Holy Lord Bodhi's immortal spirit was burned by the blood-red sword chi of the Avicii sword, and it screamed as it turned into nothingness. The entire scene was extremely fast. Yi Shiwen had no intention of showing mercy at all. "Grab it!" Yi Shiwen's big hand suddenly grabbed towards the dark Bodhi divine hand. Without the remnant spirit of Holy Lord Bodhi causing trouble, the resistance of the dark Bodhi divine hand was obviously reduced a lot. It was instantly grabbed by Yi Shiwen and sucked into his time robe. It was naturally not that easy to refine the Tao tool in a short time. However, he could seal it first and slowly refine it later. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. At this time, the great unrestrained heavenly genius had just reconstructed his physical body. After losing half of his physical body, the strength of the great unrestrained heavenly genius had decreased by more than half. It was completely different from before. After Yi Shiwen had sucked the dark Bodhi divine hand into his time robe, he seemed to have finally reacted. If both sides of his body were present, there might be a slight possibility of fighting against Yi Shiwen. Now he could only use his own life to stop Yi Shiwen's footsteps. "Pucci!" Yi Shiwen's sword slashed down. The great unrestrained heavenly genius had just reconstructed his physical body and was immediately slashed by the Avicii sword. His flesh and blood exploded, and waves of blood-curdling screams came from the void. His spirit was being burned by the blood-red sword chi of the Avicii sword. It was exactly the same as the situation of Holy Lord Bodhi. However, in comparison, even the spirit of an emperor lord couldn't do anything against the blood-red sword chi of the Avicii sword, let alone a half-crippled quasi-emperor. After destroying the great unrestrained heavenly genius's spirit, Yi Shiwen instantly sucked the flesh and blood of the great unrestrained heavenly genius into the demon flag. Suddenly, a rain of blood fell from the demon flag, and countless demon kings transformed into their original forms. They opened their mouths wide and began to crazily fight over the flesh and blood. This was the flesh and blood of a peak quasi-emperor. In this world, it was almost as precious as the divine materials used to cast Tao tools. It was extremely rare. Suddenly, several demon kings who were in the state of peak divine king began to undergo an astonishing transformation. After killing the great unrestrained heavenly genius, Yi Shiwen instantly chased after the sky-splitting spear and the other half of the great unrestrained heavenly genius. However, more than half of the great unrestrained heavenly genius's spirit had been killed by Yi Shiwen, and the remaining half of his body was only left with a remnant soul. Even if he were to let him go, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. More than half of the great unrestrained heavenly genius's spirit had been killed by Yi Shiwen. So it would be impossible for him to return to his current realm for the rest of his life. In fact, it would be a huge problem whether he could maintain his quasi-emperor realm or not. When going to the opposite shore of cultivation, the body was the ship, and the spirit was the person on the ship. It was only possible to cross the boundless sea of bitterness and reach the opposite shore when both of them were intact. However, the great unrestrained heavenly boat had been damaged, and he had also suffered serious losses. So, any wind and rain could overturn him. Therefore, if the great unrestrained heavenly genius was smart, he would choose not to try to restore his strength. Otherwise, the obstacles set by the heavenly law would make him die without a burial place. However, what Yi Shiwen really cared about was the sky-splitting spear. He couldn't let this Tao tool escape. It had been some time since the sky-splitting spear had torn open a space channel. The crack was getting smaller and smaller, and the other half of the great, unrestrained, heavenly genius's body and the sky-splitting spear were nowhere to be seen. Yi Shiwen immediately took a step forward and chased after them. He rushed into the crack before it was completely closed. "Fix it for me," Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. Bursts of 7-colored rays of light erupted from the time robe and fixed the space that seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He wanted to preserve this passage so that he could come back when the time came. After that, he hurriedly chased after the great, unrestrained, heavenly genius. He didn't know where this passage was, but he didn't care. He was in the myriad heavens now. Unless he directly encountered an emperor, he didn't have anything to fear. Moreover, he had left a passage behind. He could retreat if something went wrong. Yi Shiwen had just passed through the passage when he suddenly felt a majestic morale rushing towards him. It seemed to have formed consciousness and madly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen immediately realized that this was a huge military camp. This kind of terrifying morale couldn't be released by an ordinary army. Only the gathering of tens of millions of invincible experts could form such a terrifying morale. The time robe on Yi Shiwen's body immediately reacted the moment he came into contact with this morale. He directly displayed the Time Divine Kingdom and completely blocked and annihilated the morale. This prevented Yi Shiwen from being captured and crushed by this morale. Even so, Yi Shiwen's face still revealed a somewhat shocked expression. No wonder people say that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Such a terrifying morale could actually threaten a peak quasi-emperor like him, who stood at the top of the myriad heavens. An ordinary quasi-emperor like the Hidden King would have suffered a huge blow to the morale the moment he rushed over. Yi Shiwen only had time to observe his surroundings after he swept away the morale that was rushing towards him. He suddenly revealed a somewhat stunned expression. Chapter 2897. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be stunned after checking the surrounding situation. This place wasn't any other place. It was the base camp of the Celestial Race and the Allied forces. The Celestial Race's base camp was located here in order to compete with the Allied forces. At the same time, they also wanted to delay the Allied forces. This place had become the most intense place for both sides to fight. Not only were the elites of both sides here, but more than half of the experts of both sides were also here. Other battlefields might not have seen experts of the level of Great Freedom Celestial. However, there were many experts of this level here. This had also made the battle between both sides intense to an unimaginable extent. The space in the center of the battlefield had already collapsed and turned into chaos. This had also increased the degree of danger on the battlefield. Now, Yi Shiwen had directly rushed to the top of the Celestial Race's headquarters. It was no wonder that Yi Shiwen had to face the endless attacks of the enemy's morale as soon as he came out. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how strong an expert was, it was difficult to resist the joint attacks of countless people. This was reflected incisively and vividly in the military formation. Even the top experts rarely dared to attack the military formation. Therefore, Great Freedom Celestial's attack on the Allied forces' headquarters was regarded as a miracle, especially the experts of both sides. They would be attacked by the morale of the enemy's army. They wouldn't dare to act as they pleased. However, experts of Yi Shiwen's level would only feel threatened here. No matter how many people there were in an ordinary military formation, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him, let alone the automatic defense of the time robe. Yi Shiwen also opened his eyes of redemption. He instantly saw half of Great Freedom Celestial's body fleeing towards the Celestial Race's headquarters. Half of his body had already regrown. However, his strength and aura were no longer the same as when he first saw him. They were not on the same level at all. "You want to leave?" Yi Shiwen sneered, his hands toward the sky full of divine radiance, and directly tore a huge crack in the boundless morale. The demon wings on his back suddenly spread open, and he chased after Yi Shiwen like a streamer. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with Great Freedom Celestial. Great Freedom Celestial hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen's speed would be so fast. He had almost caught up with him in a blink of an eye. He was scared to death. He hadn't expected that half of his body, which had gathered most of his strength, couldn't even delay Yi Shiwen for a little bit. Was he already this strong? He couldn't imagine Yi Shiwen's strength anymore after seeing the miserable state of Cold Moon Star Lord and Explosive Flame Tyrannical King. He believed that he would die a tragic death at Yi Shiwen's hands. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen was getting closer and closer. He immediately stopped and faced Yi Shiwen head-on, while the sky-splitting spear was directly thrown into the Heavenly Clan army. He was sacrificing himself to buy some time for the sky-splitter spear. This was also very possible. Yi Shiwen's appearance had alarmed the entire Tian clan allied forces in an instant. How could an expert of this level not shock everyone? Many figures had already rushed out from the void. Their auras soared into the sky and faintly surrounded Yi Shiwen to kill him. Just a little bit of time, and Yi Shiwen will be surrounded. At that time, Yi Shiwen will be dead. Yi Shiwen, I'll drag you down with me even if I die today. You've dared to break into our base camp. This is your biggest mistake. You'll die today. Yi Shiwen's face revealed a sinister look as he roared crazily. Yi Shiwen, I'll drag you down with me even if I die today. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly. Do you think you can stop me? Those who block me will die. Buried sword technique. The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand instantly erupted with an astonishing sword light. It split in the sky and transformed into a huge long river of sword principles in an instant, and it cleaved towards the Great Freedom Heaven. Puff! The Great Freedom Heavens didn't even have the time to react. He was chopped into pieces by Yi Shiwen, just like the other half of his body. His primordial spirit burned and melted. His flesh and blood were swallowed by the demon calling flag. How dare you! Stop! A burst of angry roars came from the Tian clan coalition. Yi Shiwen had dared to kill people under their noses. He simply didn't put them in his eyes. It could even be said that this was equivalent to slapping their faces in front of their faces. Many people were even more shocked and angry. Yi Shiwen had killed Freedom in a very straightforward manner. He had killed him with one strike and hadn't given them any time to rescue him. They were even more shocked in their hearts. The dignified world's #1 expert, Freedom, couldn't even resist one strike from Yi Shiwen and was instantly killed. They could see that Freedom had been seriously injured, and his strength had been severely damaged. But even so, the fact that he couldn't even resist one strike from Yi Shiwen still left them completely stunned. They couldn't believe it. What the hell happened? How did this happen? Freedom was originally known as invincible. Why was he chased by Yi Shiwen in such a difficult situation? How did he get killed in a second before they could even rescue him? Could it be that Yi Shiwen had already become so strong? Many people's expressions suddenly changed. They were all high-level experts of the Tian clan. Some of them also knew why Freedom, Explosive Flame King, and Cold Moon Star Lord left their base camp and went to the Abyss. They wanted to protect Emperor and I. But now only Freedom had escaped. What about Emperor and I? What about the others? What about Cold Moon Star Lord? What about Explosive Flame King? They were completely confused. But suddenly a very bad thought flashed in their minds. Damn it. Could it be that even Emperor and I was killed by Yi Shiwen? If Freedom was dead, then they could still bear such a loss. But if even Emperor and I was killed, then they would really cry in the toilet. What the hell had happened to them? Could it be that the legendary emperor had descended and manifested? This was probably the most reasonable explanation they could come up with. They simply could not imagine that 3 peak quasi-emperors, 2 Tao weapons, and a group of experts would be completely annihilated. Only the Mahasvara of the realm of freedom managed to return and was hunted down all the way to his hometown. Who could have such an ability? It must be the legendary emperor. After all, freedom was already the strongest person below the emperor. Except for the emperor, no one could hurt him like that. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen took advantage of the situation and killed him. And the culprit of all this was obviously Yi Shiwen in front of them. Go, kill him. We must not let him go. Catch him and force him to tell us what happened. Kill this damned human. The angry voices of many Tian clan experts suddenly spread in all directions, representing the anger of these top experts of the Tian clan. In addition to the aura of these top experts, there were also many powerful auras recovering. These were the powerful formations of the Tian clan army. In an instant, all of them had recovered. Many of these were emperor level formations. The recovery of each formation could make ordinary quasi-emperors tremble. Now, all of them had recovered because of Yi Shiwen. In an instant, Yi Shiwen perceived countless tyrannical auras. Some of them even made his heart palpitate. In other words, they had the strength to threaten him. At this time, he understood why freedom was famous and became a miracle when he broke into the Allied forces to protect himself. It was because this in itself was a miracle. 1 or 2 of these auras and 1 or 2 Emperor Lord level formations would find it very difficult to deal with him given his current strength. In fact, even 10 or 8 Emperor Lord level formations wouldn't be able to deal with him. However, the situation would be completely different when these formations and auras increased to hundreds or thousands of them. Quantitative change would lead to qualitative change, and this would be the case. Yi Shiwen instantly stopped in his tracks. Although he was just a little bit away, he still watched helplessly as the sky-splitting spear escaped. In the depths of the Heavenly Clan's headquarters, several auras soared into the sky, piercing through the blue dome of heaven. Yi Shiwen immediately recognized them. They were actually the auras of Tao tools. Under the coordination of these Emperor Lord level arrays, they resonated with each other, bringing great pressure to Yi Shiwen. 1 or 2 experts weren't enough to scare him. However, when so many experts work together, even an emperor would have to avoid them. Some of these methods could seriously injure an Emperor Lord. They were the unique methods left behind by the Emperor Lord's inheritances. They were also used by the Emperor Lord's inheritances to protect themselves. Yi Shiwen didn't want to bump into them and get exhausted to death. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. Even if he reacted quickly, he had already chased too deep. The experts of the Tian clan had rushed over from all directions. From this aspect, Freedom's plan was considered successful. Although he couldn't even block Yi Shiwen's sword, he had still succeeded in delaying for time. He had successfully bought time for the other experts of the Tian clan to rush over. Many tyrannical auras had already appeared around Yi Shiwen. These experts of the Tian clan were like a pack of wolves that smelled blood. They rushed out directly. Even the Allied forces' headquarters were alarmed. They had been paying attention to the situation of the Tian clan. They immediately discovered the abnormal movements of the experts of the Tian clan. Suddenly, alarm bells rang. Everyone thought that the Tian clan was planning to launch a huge attack again. Experts from all sides gathered in an instant. What are the Tian clan planning to do? Are they planning to fight with us? At this time, Yi Shiwen, who was surrounded in the middle, didn't panic. He just said coldly, "Do you think that you can stop me by relying on numbers?" Chapter 2898. Although he was surrounded, Yi Shiwen was not worried. Breaking into the camp of the celestial race would pose a huge threat to him. However, as long as he did not break in, he did not need to be afraid of anyone with his current cultivation. Even a powerhouse with the cultivation of Mahasvara heaven would die in his hands. Yi Shiwen, why don't you quickly surrender? At this time, several tyrannical quasi-emperors had already flown around Yi Shiwen. Without exception, they all had a tyrannical aura. They were the best among the quasi-emperors. They were the elites of the elites who were stationed in the camp. These people were the closest to Yi Shiwen, so they were the first to fly over. Many great formations were being activated. Boom! An earth-shattering divine radiance turned into a beam of light and fiercely blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! However, Yi Shiwen just waved his hand and instantly dispersed this earth-shattering divine radiance on the spot. This attack, which could threaten a quasi-emperor, did not even cause any trouble to Yi Shiwen. Seeing this scene, the complexion of the late-stage quasi-emperor expert of the heavenly race, who was the leader of the quasi-emperor experts, suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Although he was confident that no one could be impudent in the heavenly race's camp, he was not a fool. Yi Shiwen's attack had thoroughly shocked him. If it were him, even if he did not dodge, he would not be able to disperse this attack from a great formation with a casual attack. What an amazing degree of physical strength. At this time, he suddenly remembered all kinds of legends about Yi Shiwen. A long time ago, it was said that Yi Shiwen had killed a master of the late stage of quasi-emperor. In these years, even if he did not make any progress, he should not be underestimated. However, he did not care anymore, because at this time, the forcibly activated formations began to recover. Countless beams of light fell from the sky, penetrated the sky, and fiercely bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. For a moment, the entire world was filled with these divine lights that filled the sky. They fell down like raindrops. However, these were no ordinary raindrops. Any one of them could pierce through the stars and overturn the world. This was a formation that had been left behind from ancient times until now. The celestial race had once used their own strength to fight against all the races in the universe, and developed their civilization to an unimaginable degree. In the path of formations, they had also developed to the peak. They were invincible. Even among the inheritances of the various races, it was difficult to find so many powerful formations. However, the Tian clan was able to do so. One could imagine how tyrannical they were. Yi Shiwen was submerged in countless energy beams in an instant. His figure couldn't be seen clearly in an instant. That's great. Ha 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 ha. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Now, he knows how powerful we are. Many of the Tian clan experts could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Yi Shiwen himself was already famous. Even if he had not made any progress in the past few years, he was still not someone an ordinary Tian clan could compare to. Everyone had witnessed how Yi Shiwen had insta-killed the vast freedom heavens. So, they couldn't help but feel nervous. So, they couldn't help but secretly cheer in their hearts when they saw Yi Shiwen being submerged in a tidal wave of attacks. Let him be cocky, but no matter how cocky he was, barging in so casually would only lead to death. Many of the war fortresses had just removed their camouflage. Originally, they were just about to open their cannons, but now it seemed that they didn't need to. However, just when they were heaving a sigh of relief, they found that in the area that had been smashed by the tidal wave of attacks, a figure was still standing in the void. Yi Shiwen, he's not dead, someone exclaimed. That tidal wave of attacks couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. However, what was even more terrifying was that they were horrified to find that Yi Shiwen didn't even have a decent injury on his body. It was almost as if he was completely unharmed. He had forcibly taken on an attack that could destroy a peak quasi-emperor, and yet he was completely unscathed. Many of the timid Tian clan experts even felt like their liver was being torn apart. Was he a monster? Even a powerful race like the Tian clan that dominated the world would feel fear when faced with something that was beyond their control. Moreover, it was an intense fear. He has the time robe. Someone suddenly said, as if he had suddenly realized something. Only then did everyone understand why Yi Shiwen was able to block their attacks so easily. Although the array formation they had left behind was the means of an emperor, the other party had a Dao tool on him. Was there anything more direct than this? Go continue to attack. I don't believe that he can activate the time magic robe to a certain extent. Attack him until he reaches the critical point. Even if the time magic robe can withstand the attacks, I don't believe that he has enough emperor origins to activate the time magic robe. Someone roared in anger. Many people came back to their senses. Indeed, a person with a Dao tool was indeed powerful, but he still couldn't ignore the counterattack of the Tian clan. Since ancient times, even those emperor-level inheritances with Dao tools couldn't dominate the world because of this. Whoosh! 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 Countless divine lights soared into the sky and instantly blasted towards Yi Shiwen again. For a time, the attacks that blotted out the sky swept towards Yi Shiwen like a tide. It was almost impenetrable. The endless attacks had no loopholes at all. From all directions, all of Yi Shiwen's escape routes were blocked. However, a scene that everyone didn't expect happened. Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest intention to dodge. In his hand, a stone sword appeared and countless stone energy burst out in an instant. And then, Yi Shiwen suddenly made his move. Bang! 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 In an instant, Yi Shiwen threw out thousands of sword lights in the sky. These sword lights seemed to have completely divided the world into countless pieces in an instant. It was terrifying. Those divine lights that rushed over were instantly cut by Yi Shiwen's sword lights. Yi Shiwen's sword shadows had also reached an unimaginable speed. So, these densely packed and tide-like divine light attacks couldn't break through the sword shadows around Yi Shiwen's body even once. Not even a single one of them could break through the sword shadows around him. Everyone could only watch as Yi Shiwen's sword lights organized an astonishing wall around his body. All the attacks that reached his body were annihilated and engulfed. So fast! The few quasi-emperors who were in front of Yi Shiwen just now had already flown far away. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the tide of divine lights. They didn't have Yi Shiwen's skills, so they were afraid that they would be killed in an instant. But at this time, they couldn't help but be shocked. With the vision of their quasi-emperors, they couldn't see through Yi Shiwen's attack speed. They could only watch as Yi Shiwen's sword shadows formed a protection around him. That tide-like offensive suddenly stopped. Everyone was shocked to find that not only was Yi Shiwen motionless, but there was also a faint smile on his face. It seemed as if he was laughing at their attacks. Just now, there were some people of the celestial race who thought that Yi Shiwen could block the attack, just now because of the Emperor Source and the Time Robe. But now, Yi Shiwen had slapped their faces with his actions. Even if he didn't use the Dao tools, they couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. How can he be so fast? The people of the celestial race couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Shiwen's attack speed was really fast, blinding their corium or dog eyes. Among them, there were some who were good at speed. But at this time, compared with Yi Shiwen, they quickly realized that it was impossible for them to have that kind of speed. If they didn't have Yi Shiwen's speed, it was absolutely impossible to survive such an attack. How can his strength be so strong to this extent? In the camp of the celestial race, a high-level celestial race said in shock, Yi Shiwen was the most rising top expert of the human race. It was impossible for the celestial race to not pay attention to him. Because of this, they thought that they knew Yi Shiwen's strength like the back of their hands. They couldn't believe it. How could Yi Shiwen's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? Go, kill him. I just asked the sky-splitting spear. In the abyss, this guy not only killed Freedom Heaven, Explosive Flame Evil King, and Cold Moon Star Lord, even the Dark Bodhi Divine Hand fell into his hands. A high-level celestial race was instantly furious. But this guy's strength is too strong. He is almost above Freedom Heaven. If we want to force him to stay, we will have to pay an absolutely huge price. Even our camp of the celestial race may suffer heavy losses. The losses are immeasurable. Even if the losses are immeasurable now, it is better than letting him grow. We can still deal with him now. Do we have to wait for him to achieve Tao in the future? A high-level celestial race said angrily, "We must kill him while the situation is still under control. We must not let him go." Soon, the high-level celestial race had already made a decision. Even if they had to suffer heavy losses, they must make him stay. Most importantly, they still had a trump card. As long as D and I achieved Tao, not to mention heavy losses. Even if there was only one person left, they could still turn the situation around. Moreover, the celestial race's camp was only a part of the overall strength of the celestial race. It was far from the time when they would suffer heavy losses. Go. Kill him. We can't let him escape. Not only did he kill Mahesvara, explosive flame, ruthless king, and frigid moon, but even the dark Bodhi divine hand has fallen into his hands. Someone in the celestial camp roared. It immediately aroused the anger of everyone. Obviously, the sky-splitting spear had fled back and informed everyone about the situation in the abyss. They also knew what had happened in the abyss, which made everyone even more shocked. Chapter 2899. The higher-ups of the celestial race were furious when they heard this news. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to kill Yi Shiwen. Not only did they have to avenge Great Freedom Heaven and take back the dark Bodhi divine hand, but most importantly, once such a terrifying person grew up, who could stop him? In the past, Great Freedom Heaven was known as the #1 expert in the world, and there were experts who could deal with him. But now, who could stop Yi Shiwen? He was simply a monster. Yi Shiwen's cultivation had reached this level. So, it was very difficult to kill him. It was just like how the allied forces of the various races couldn't do anything to the Great Freedom Heavens. At this time, the high-level experts of the celestial race also felt helpless. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to destroy the celestial race's barracks by himself. However, their grand ambitions would become a joke if they allowed such a terrifying expert to remain outside. This was a rare opportunity. Yi Shiwen had fallen into their encirclement. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to kill him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to think of an opportunity to kill Yi Shiwen. Under the anger of the higher-ups of the celestial race, many hidden means were used in the celestial race's camp. Huge war fortresses were pushed out one after another. They removed their disguises, revealing extremely ferocious cannons. Cold war machines divided the world one by one. War beasts were awakened one after another. Their huge bodies moved like stars, trampling on the void, setting off waves of astonishing fluctuations that swept in all directions. One after another, ancient magic arrays appeared in the void. Array patterns appeared in the world, and an endless amount of energy was poured into them. Next, the aura of the Tao artifact was also awakening. It was not easy to completely awaken an existence at the level of a Tao artifact. Every awakening required a huge price. Unless someone was willing to pay such a price for them, they would definitely not be willing to awaken so casually. In order to eliminate Yi Shiwen, this time the higher-ups of the celestial race had put in a lot of effort. They had to get rid of him at all costs. These terrifying forces were also awakened one by one. Just the awakening alone required a huge price, not to mention other things. Yi Shiwen, this time you will definitely die. Don't even think about escaping. At this time, many of the celestial race roared. The existence of this person was a huge scourge to the entire Tian clan. He wished that he could kill Yi Shiwen completely. More and more experts appeared around him. Soon, more and more powerful auras appeared around Yi Shiwen. In the distance, the allied armies of the various races had already gathered, facing the Tian clan's army from afar. The allied armies of the various races were shocked by the Tian clan's sudden actions. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that they were planning to organize an army to fight a decisive battle with them? But very quickly, they discovered that the Tian clan had mobilized a large army. Many methods and trump cards that they had never used before had been mobilized, but it was not to deal with them. Instead, they surrounded the camp they were in. Originally, they didn't know what had happened, but very quickly, the spies they had hidden within the Tian clan sent news. It was none other than Yi Shiwen who had caused the heavenly race to go to war. All the higher-ups of the allied forces looked at each other in disbelief. Yi Shiwen? How is that possible? Although Yi Shiwen's strength isn't bad, it isn't to the point where the Tian clan has to pay such a huge price for him. Even the Flame Lord, who was usually the most confident in Yi Shiwen, couldn't believe it, let alone the higher-ups of the allied forces. Although Yi Shiwen had already displayed amazing combat power before, judging from the situation at that time, if Yi Shiwen dared to break into the Tian clan's camp directly, he would die. There was no need to pay such a huge price at all. Suddenly, some people remembered that when Great Freedom Celestial broke into their camp, they also seemed to have such a huge lineup. However, how could Yi Shiwen be compared with Great Freedom Celestial? That time, Great Freedom Celestial broke into the headquarters of the Allied forces and finally caused the Allied forces to go to war, but the other parties still retreated unscathed. It could be said to be extremely humiliating. It was also after that time that Great Freedom Celestial truly obtained the title of the world's #1 and was recognized by both the Tian clan and the Allied forces as the world's #1 expert. And now, Yi Shiwen also received the same treatment from the Tian clan. Why? Could it be that Yi Shiwen had already become so powerful? Then more and more news came, which made them have no choice but to confirm that the Tian clan's army was indeed dispatched to deal with Yi Shiwen, and only to deal with one person. More and more shocking news came out, leaving the higher-ups of the Allied forces dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it at all. Yi Shiwen killed Great Freedom Celestial, Explosive Flame Evil King, and Cold Moon Star Lord in the Abyss, and even seized the Dark Bodhi Divine Hand and severely injured the Sky-Splitting Spear. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. "Is he using a cheat?" a higher-up of the Allied forces said in a dumbfounded manner. Many people knew that Yi Shiwen had gone into closed-door training. Whether it was the higher-ups of the Allied forces or the Tian clan, they had been paying attention to it. Everyone was clear about Yi Shiwen's strength before he went into closed-door training. At most, he could kill experts of the late stage of Quasi-Emperor. This was already his limit. Who would have thought that after coming out of closed-door training, he would actually reach a realm that they didn't even dare to imagine in such a short period of time? Other than using a cheat to describe it, they simply couldn't think of any other words to describe it. Many people had originally shouted that this was simply impossible. However, they had no choice but to believe it in the face of ironclad facts. Next, there was a problem in front of them. Yi Shiwen was besieged. Should they go and rescue him? To a large extent, Great Freedom Celestial had been able to escape unscathed because the Tian clan had sent people to rescue him. This had disrupted the deployment of the Allied forces and had given him the opportunity to escape. In all fairness, many people didn't like Yi Shiwen, especially those old monsters who had lived for countless years. Yi Shiwen was too good at stirring up trouble. A young junior was stealing the limelight. How could these old seniors like them endure it? There were many people who had such thoughts and didn't get along with Yi Shiwen. Not to mention, there were many people who had huge conflicts with Yi Shiwen. These people were not a small number among the higher-ups of the Allied forces. They were definitely a huge group. Of course, there were also many people who wanted to help Yi Shiwen. So, the higher-ups of the Allied forces couldn't make a decision for a while. What are we waiting for? Are we going to regret it after Yi Shiwen is killed and we lose such a big helper? Even the Tian clan wants to go to war to deal with him. Don't tell me that you can't see his value? A cold voice suddenly came. It was Fiery Dragon Supreme who had spoken. Fiery Dragon Supreme wasn't only powerful. He had also followed Emperor Qin to war. He was very experienced. Moreover, He had the backing of the martial great sect. Therefore, everyone dared to ignore Yishuin. But they didn't dare to ignore his words. That's right. Fighting against the Tian clan is the overall situation. Yishuin has killed Great Freedom Celestial King, Cold Moonstar Lord, and Explosive Flame Evil King. It doesn't matter how he did it. He has made a great contribution. How can we watch our hero die inside? Who would dare to risk their lives for the Allied forces in the future? A higher-up of the Allied forces suddenly stood up. He was filled with righteous indignation as he spoke. I agree with Fiery Dragon Supreme's opinion. Suddenly, even Lucifer of the Fallen Angel clan, who had rarely expressed his opinion, also spoke up. He was another old senior who was extremely powerful and experienced. The martial great sect, the ancient heavenly court, and many other forces also came forward to agree with Yishuin. These forces were originally on good terms with Yishuin, so they formed a mighty force at this time. Everyone's eyes were looking at the hidden devil clan and the other forces that had been in conflict with Yishuin. These forces were the key to deciding everything. My original devil clan has no objection, the old ancestor of the original devil clan said. My hidden devil clan has no objection either. The other forces finally heaved a sigh of relief as the old ancestor of the original devil clan and the others had expressed their opinion. These people had been the most resolute in opposing Yishuin, but even they didn't have any objection now. So the entire resolution naturally didn't have any exception. Everyone has no objection. Pass down the order. Assemble the army. Attack the base of the Tian clan. And create a passage for Yishuin. The higher-ups of the Allied forces had reached an agreement. So the Allied forces started to move very quickly. Armies were assembled one after another. Countless war beasts and war machines were pushed out and quickly entered the path of war. The actions of the Allied forces soon attracted the attention of the experts of the Tian clan. However, they had already decided to kill Yishuin no matter the cost. So they naturally wouldn't give up just because of the pressure of the Allied forces. So they quickly mobilized their elites to stop the Allied forces. The rest of them continued to encircle Yishuin. They must kill him thoroughly. Yishuin didn't know what was happening outside while he was heavily surrounded. Countless elite troops of the Tian clan had already appeared around him. Yishuin could casually pinch many of them to death in a one-on-one fight. However, these experts of the Tian clan had formed an army, and they had greatly increased their strength with the help of military formations. They had been used to confront Yishuin. Bang! Facing these attacks, Yishuin naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His entire person was like a prehistoric, ferocious beast. Wherever he passed, the Tian clan army would collapse. The army that could normally slaughter divine kings and even threaten quasi-emperors was nothing in front of him. In this situation, Yishuin naturally didn't dare to hide his strength. He directly took out the Avicii sword. With a slash of the sword, the entire army of the Tian clan collapsed instantly, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and was absorbed by the demon flag. For a time, it was a reign of terror. Chapter 2900. There were more and more experts in the Sky Clan, almost endless. They intended to kill Yishuin no matter the cost. Yishuin's Avicii sword was indeed powerful, but he gradually felt some pressure. These people wanted to use their lives to hold him back. More and more attacks fell. Unless it was the Emperor, no one could penetrate the entire Sky Clan's camp with their own strength. At this moment, when the Sky Clan thought that they had succeeded, they saw Yishuin directly throw out the Demon Clan army. He waved the demon flag, and all the Demon Clan in the world sensed it. In the past, when the Demon Emperor waved the demon flag, all the famous Demon Clan in the world had to come to his tent to obey his orders. Those who disobeyed would die. Yishuin's strength was naturally far from the level of the Demon Emperor in the past. It was impossible for him to summon all the Demon Clan in the world. However, his current strength was not shallow. When he used it, many powerful demon clan could feel it immediately. In particular, the demon clan in the coalition army headquarters immediately sensed the demon flag. Although they were not the demon clan patriarchs who made a contract with the ancient heavenly court, they were all descendants of these ancient demons. This contract was made by the ancient heavenly court. It would be passed down from generation to generation along with their bloodline. It would never be severed. Usually, when no one used this demon flag, they could not feel it. However, now they immediately felt the call of the bloodline in their bodies. Many of them actually did not remember this matter, but at this time they were suddenly awakened. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. But at this time a mighty demon clan army rushed out and appeared in the void. All kinds of extremely powerful ancient demons and great demons rushed out. It was completely different from when Yi Shiwen first got the demon flag. At that time, these ancient demons and great demons only had a trace of spirit left. In other words, they were the remnants of a trace of spirit. The ancient heavenly court relied on this trace of spirit to control them. But now, they had already condensed powerful bodies under Yi Shiwen's many years of nurturing. They might still be a little weak in a one-on-one fight. However, they would be an invincible army once they formed a large army to attack. Boom! As soon as the Demon Clan army appeared, they instantly defeated a Tian Clan army that surrounded them. With a single charge, they turned into a blood mist that filled the sky and were swallowed by these ancient demons and great demons. The strength of this Demon Clan army increased further. In the sky and on the ground, there were endless figures of the spirit demon army everywhere, especially these ancient demons and great demons who had accompanied the ancient heavenly court in countless years of battles. In terms of strength and battle experience, they were countless times stronger than the new Tian Clan army. All sorts of ancient demon techniques that might have been lost to the world were used, sweeping across the sky and shattering countless Tian Clan army formations. Wherever the soldiers passed by, they were invincible. Those who were watching from afar were shocked. This was simply an unstoppable group of soldiers with unimaginably terrifying bloodthirstiness. Above each of their heads there was a battle chi. These battle chi and blood chi fused together, turning the surroundings into an Azura battlefield. In the distance, the attacks of the Tian clan continued to fall, and the cannons on the war fortress continued to sweep out with astonishing attacks. Ancient demons and great demons were continuously killed and evaporated on the spot, but very quickly they once again emerged from the demon beckoning banner. These were all just primordial spirits, so there was no question of life and death. They would be able to quickly recover, but they would be much weaker than before, and their condensed bodies would also collapse. However, very quickly they would be able to absorb the blood mist that filled the sky and condense their bodies again. It was as if they were undying and indestructible, constantly piercing forward and piercing through. The Tian clan never thought that Yi Shiwen would actually be able to create such an army. Although there weren't many true experts in this army, especially the decisive quasi-emperor. There were only 2 or 3 of them, and they were still relatively weak. But don't forget there was still Yi Shiwen. With Yi Shiwen as the arrow, the entire Demon Clan army was moving at an astonishing speed, piercing through the direction of the Tian clan. Wherever the soldiers passed, it was simply like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Some powerful Tian clan quasi-emperors wanted to stop them, but they were all killed by Yi Shiwen's sword. The rest of them were quickly drowned in the Demon Clan army, smashed into meat paste and devoured. This was an astonishing massacre. The experts of the Tian clan were scattered everywhere to surround and intercept Yi Shiwen, but at this time they were stretched thin. There were a lot of troops everywhere, but not enough to stop Yi Shiwen and his group. This was simply a massacre. It was not on the same order of magnitude at all. In particular, there were many divine archers in the Demon Clan army, and there was even a quasi-emperor level divine archer. He was riding on a huge star beast, and the star beast was crushing the enemies in front of him. while he himself was shooting towards those valuable targets without a care for anything else. Arrows pierced through the sky one after another, piercing through the galaxy. Many of the arrays were fortresses, and war beasts that were originally displaying their divine might were shot and exploded on the spot. The power of the arrows was simply astonishing. There were even quasi-emperors who were too far away and were not prepared for it at all. They were shot to death, and the arrows directly pierced through their physical bodies. Then their bodies crashed into a few stars before they finally shattered into pieces. In the Tian clan, the alarm bells were ringing. The situation was even more serious than they had imagined. Yi Shiwen had too many methods in his hands. Not only was the Avicii sword and the time robe on his body displaying their might, even the demon summoning banner was extremely terrifying, especially in such a huge battlefield. Yi Shiwen did not need to replenish the loss of the demon summoning banner. He only needed to constantly devour the blood essence to replenish it. The entire battlefield was filled with blood mist, which was visible to the naked eye. One could imagine how thick the blood mist was. Only in this way could the demon clan in the demon summoning banner be able to sustain the losses. The price that Yi Shiwen had to pay was to use the Emperor Source to activate the demon summoning banner. Kill! There were shouts everywhere. At this moment, this was a torrent of steel. Nothing could stop their advance. It was as if the expedition army of the ancient heavenly court had revived from ancient times and reappeared. Roar! At this time, an incomparably huge, ferocious beast directly flew out from the depths of the Tian clan. It was a winged dragon. Its whole body was black, and as it flapped its wings, the world turned upside down. The huge stars collapsed together with it, tearing apart the soldiers' chi that filled the sky. A majestic coercion of a Taoist tool swept down. This winged dragon roared, and it was unknown how many stars were shattered. From its mouth, a black light was spat out, which turned into a long saber. The saber chi swept across the vast field, sweeping in all directions. This saber directly chopped down, and the entire Demon Clan army was split into two halves. Countless Demon Clan soldiers were turned into nothingness. But soon, it resurrected and appeared here. Taoist tool. It was another Taoist tool. Yi Shiwen looked at it. It was not that the long saber was a Taoist tool, but this winged dragon itself was a huge Taoist tool. His eyes of redemption had been cultivated to an extremely high level. He could see through the essence of all things in the world and see through everything at a glance. This Taoist tool turned into a winged dragon and rushed towards the Tian Clan army at an astonishing speed. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, the Myriad Worlds diagram also appeared in an instant. The diagram was like a world, growing bigger and bigger. Everywhere it went, the sky and earth collapsed and rocks flew into the sky. The whole world directly crushed down, intending to suppress the entire Demon Clan army in one breath. Others might not be able to do this, but the Myriad Worlds diagram had such power. The Myriad Worlds diagram condensed a part of the will of countless worlds, which were collected by the Emperor of the Tian Clan in the past. At this time, with the help of the will of various worlds, the Myriad Worlds diagram projected their power to crush all strong enemies. It was very terrifying. And at this time, the Myriad Worlds diagram was not simply awakened, but it was burning to the extreme. Obviously, it wanted to catch Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop and completely eradicate him at all costs. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate in the slightest in the face of the siege of these two great Taoist tools. He immediately flew up, and the time robe on his body instantly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, forming a divine kingdom of time. This enveloped the demon race army, protecting them first. Then he rushed out. Dominators, swordsmanship. Yi Shiwen roared, using the Avicii sword to activate the Dominator's swordsmanship. In an instant, a scarlet sword swept out, and countless Taoist symbols swept out, flowing, and directly slashed towards the Myriad Worlds diagram. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion rang out. This attack simply had an unimaginable destructive power. The collision between the two seemed to cause the entire heavens and earth to collapse. The destructive aura caused the entire Heavenly Clan's camp to collapse. Yi Shiwen swept away the crushing power of the Myriad Worlds diagram in one fell swoop, holding the Avicii sword in his hand, and took the lead, rushing to the front. "Get out of my way! Those who block me will die!" Behind Yi Shiwen, banners fluttered in the wind. Countless demon race cavalry moved with him, trampling on the vault of heaven, rumbling. With him as the arrowhead, wherever he went, the celestial race army would collapse, unable to stop him at all. If the heavenly race's camp was well prepared and had so many array formations, then perhaps they could stop Yi Shiwen. But now, Yi Shiwen did not walk into the Tian clan camp, but out so no one could stop him at all, and they were all blown away by him. In an instant, there were heavy casualties, and the sky was full of blood. Chapter 2901. Get out of my way! Those who stand in my way will die! Yi Shiwen roared. His whole body's power surged, bursting with amazing divine light. His whole body was like a big sun blooming in the sky. His whole body was like a humanoid beast. Wherever he went, he crushed everything. Almost everywhere he went, mountains collapsed and the sky and earth collapsed. His whole body was bathed in bloody light, and he fought with all his strength. Especially when Yi Shiwen was fighting, some ancient formations were activated one after another, all of them blocked in front of Yi Shiwen. Originally, they were used as a secret weapon. If they encountered the attack of the allied forces, they could catch them off guard. But now, they were all used on Yi Shiwen. These arrays were revived one after another, erupting with formidable power. They were worthy of being the backup plan prepared by the Heaven race. None of them were simple, and they were extremely powerful. However, under the situation where Yi Shiwen used the Avicii sword to open the way, they were useless. Often, as soon as they were revived, Yi Shiwen would slash them apart with his sword. They would completely lose their function and become useless. Yi Shiwen's fighting technique was very simple, but it was also because of this that the power was even more terrifying. He simply used the Avicii sword to open the way. Those who stood in his way would die. It was as simple as that. Yi Shiwen, you're going to die today. Just surrender. In front of him, an amazing sword aura descended from the sky, directly piercing towards Yi Shiwen. Another Dao tool completed its recovery and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. But he was no longer a stranger. Sword of Domination. The sword of domination was directly in front of Yi Shiwen. Behind him, there was the powerful winged dragon and the Myriad Worlds diagram. 3 great Dao tools surrounded Yi Shiwen. In addition, there were many tricks of the Celestial Clan. It could be said that they had used all their trump cards. They really wanted to completely seal Yi Shiwen here. A battle was inevitable, and it was about to break out. And behind the sword of domination, there were many elites of the Celestial Clan blocking in front of the Demon Clan army. They were definitely the elites of the Celestial Clan. Rush over, kill them! Yi Shiwen roared. The blood energy of the demon race behind him overflowed into the sky. Their battle chi surged like ancient demons. The great demons had been revived. Wherever they went, the heavens and the earth split apart. It was unknown how many stars were destroyed in an instant. Under Yi Shiwen's lead, they directly charged towards the elites of the heavenly race. Normal people would still feel fear, but their primordial spirits were bound by the demon summoning banner. They wouldn't be afraid at all, nor did they need to be afraid. As long as the demon summoning banner existed, they could live forever. What normal people feared was nothing to them. Blood splashed everywhere, and corpses fell to the ground. It was an incomparably tragic scene. Yi Shiwen rushed to the forefront and took the lead. Yi Shiwen, since ancient times, no one has been able to charge into the Tian clan's camp without paying the price. Today, you will pay the price with your life. A middle-aged man appeared on the ruler's sword. He wore a simple robe and held the ruler's sword in his hand. It was none other than the spirit of the ruler's sword, and it had manifested to kill Yi Shiwen. At this time, the experts of the Tian clan had also killed until their eyes were bloodshot. If they couldn't stop Yi Shiwen now, wouldn't it be equivalent to wasting all their previous efforts? So why were they fighting so hard? At this time, a terrifying figure had actually lurked beside Yi Shiwen. The terrifying aura on his body even startled the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. This person's body was covered in beast fur, like an upright beast. The blood energy on his body was very powerful, but Yi Shiwen had never seen this person before. At times, this person was like a wild beast, and at other times he was like an almighty with powerful magic power. This was a different path to attaining the Tao, completely different from the normal path. Transforming himself into a beast, this was completely different from the normal path of cultivation. Ordinary people transformed from beasts to humans. The people here were not only worthy of being human, but also referred to the Tao body of a human, which was naturally suitable for cultivation. However, this person's cultivation path was clearly the opposite. He had completely turned into a wild beast. The foundation of the Tian clan was really deep and terrifying. Yi Shiwen had never heard of this person. He had never seen this person before. However, this person's cultivation was not much worse than Freedom Heaven's. It was just that he had never fought before, so he didn't have much reputation. In other words, he hadn't fought after the seal of the Tian clan was lifted, so no one knew about him. Traces of the Tao flickered when he attacked. It penetrated people's hearts and contained the great principles of the Tao. It was an amazing killing technique. At this time, only experts of this level would dare to attack Yi Shiwen. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to stop Yi Shiwen. Humph! Anyone who blocks my path will die. Even the great freedom, heaven, has died in my hands. So, what makes you think that you can stop me? Yi Shiwen sneered. He rushed forward and collided with him. Bang! 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 This beast man was extremely powerful. His attack was incomparably swift and fierce. It made the sky and earth turn upside down. For a moment, he was able to completely cover Yi Shiwen and seize the upper hand. Do you only have this kind of means? Yi Shiwen suddenly sneered and said, If this is all you have, then you can die. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch. The sky and earth cracked. Both sides directly collided in the air. Bang! A loud collision sound was heard, followed by a series of cracking sounds coming from the beastman's strong body. His arm was instantly crippled and broken. All of this took a long time to describe. In fact, it happened in a matter of minutes. Yi Shiwen had probed his bottom line. He was still a bit weaker than Freedom Heavens. How could he stop Yi Shiwen? He didn't have a Tao tool in hand. He was far weaker than Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen didn't have a Tao tool, then he could fight. Now that Yi Shiwen had a Tao tool in hand, the situation was completely different. He only needed one punch to break the beastman's arm. The Tian clan beastman retreated again and again. He didn't dare to move forward. He wanted to protect himself. He only wanted to delay Yi Shiwen's advance. He didn't want to die. But how could Yi Shiwen give him such an opportunity? He took a step forward and rushed forward. He punched the beastman's head and it exploded. His spirit was destroyed. The beastman's body was devoured by the demon clan army that was chasing after him. He couldn't stop Yi Shiwen at all, but he also made time for the sword of domination to attack. It delayed Yi Shiwen's footsteps. The sword of domination attacked directly. It instantly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. It didn't attack the ordinary demon clan because it didn't need to. As long as it killed Yi Shiwen, the demon clan army would naturally collapse. Moreover, it had seen clearly from the side. The demon clan army was inexhaustible. If it couldn't get rid of the demon summoning flag, then killing more demon clan soldiers would be useless. It naturally knew about the famous demon summoning flag. It was just that the person back then didn't use it like Yi Shiwen did. The demon summoning flag's power was enough to be invincible. He had no other choice. The demon beckoning banner was damaged. So, it was impossible for the demon beckoning banner to be on par with an intact Dao tool like the Sword of Domination. On the other hand, the great demon and ancient demon's primordial spirit could form another army. But Yi Shiwen had no other choice. It was just that it wasn't easy to raise them. If it was a demon emperor, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. But for Yi Shiwen, it was still worth it. In the blink of an eye, he had already made a decision. He would kill Yi Shiwen first. He also knew that the person in front of him was definitely a difficult opponent. But he didn't want to kill Yi Shiwen. He just wanted to delay Yi Shiwen. Boom! His sword slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. In an instant, a huge collapse occurred in front of Yi Shiwen. Many of the faster demon race experts were instantly turned into blood mist. A blood-red sky appeared. The battle had reached its climax. A terrible shock turned into waves that spread in all directions. This sword fell directly. It was as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens. The sword light burst out with the light of a mother and went straight towards Yi Shiwen. Clang! The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand instantly moved. He didn't dodge or evade. He directly collided with the Sword of Domination. The two Dao weapons collided. One could imagine how powerful they were. Instantly, the shock waves swept thousands of miles. Countless celestial race and demon clan experts were affected. They screamed and turned into blood mist on the spot. It was just a simple collision, but it was unbearable for both sides. The Sword of Domination retreated several steps before it finally stopped. It had suffered a small loss in the collision with Yi Shiwen, but this was just the beginning. At this moment, he finally understood why the Sky Splitter and Great Freedom Celestial had suffered such a big loss at Yi Shiwen's hands. The Sky Splitter had been seriously injured, and Great Freedom Celestial had died. Even the Dark Bodhi Divine Hand couldn't be saved. This fellow was simply too ferocious. Even the Sword of Domination couldn't withstand it. Wouldn't ordinary peak quasi-emperors be defeated in one hit? Just as the Sword of Domination was thinking about this, Yi Shiwen didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He rushed out again, overturning the Sky Seal. Yi Shiwen used the overturning the Sky Seal and smashed it down. In an instant, heaven and earth turned upside down. All the power was concentrated on his big hand. Bang! Yi Shiwen's overturning the Sky Seal smashed onto the Sword of Domination. Suddenly, the Sword of Domination was sent flying. He felt dizzy. His chest tightened. His chi and blood surged. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The Sword of Domination couldn't believe it. He knew very well that he had already exploded to the limit. He had also recovered to the limit. How could he still not be able to withstand a single blow? Was he a monster? Chapter 2902. Yi Shiwen's strength had already risen to a level higher than that of the realm of freedom. The robe of time had also been fully awakened and used by him. This made Yi Shiwen's strength completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the spirit of an emperor lord could be cut down without blinking an eye. The sword light of the Sword of Domination burst out. The divine power did not diminish, but became even more terrifying. It directly turned into a shocking sword light and slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, the surrounding celestial race and demon race only felt a loud whistling sound. Everyone's eardrums were almost shattered. Their souls were unstable, and there was a possibility that their bodies would be crushed. This attack of his traversed the sky and directly shattered everything. It was like a huge rainbow traversed the sky dome, directly strangling out, sweeping a large area of afterglow, forming a field of swordsmanship. Before the sword power fell, many experts of the celestial race and demon race were crushed by the sword power and completely turned into blood mist. In the face of this amazing attack, Yi Shiwen did not dodge. He directly stepped forward, and a sky full of golden light appeared under his feet. Bang! Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch and smashed it on the sword light. In an instant, there was a huge explosion, and suddenly there was a wave of trembling. Whether it was Yi Shiwen's fist power or the sword light of the Sword of Domination, both had unimaginable power. Both sides did not try to test each other. The clanging sound of swords circulated between heaven and earth. Yi Shiwen's fist power set off a monstrous divine light that seemed to drown the entire world. In an instant, countless big stars collapsed and turned into dust. Die! At this moment, Yi Shiwen rushed out again. He launched one attack after another. He didn't have the slightest chance to take a breather. He displayed an incomparably powerful secret technique right from the start. His whole body was wrapped in divine radiance. He looked solemn and peerless, overturning the sky seal, 3 seals into 1. In front of Yi Shiwen was the overturning the sky seal, and on the left and right were the shaking mountain seal and the overturning sea seal. At this moment, the 3 seals merged together, forming a monstrous fierce wave that directly smashed down. The Sword of Domination was immediately smashed. It was still immersed in the previous attack and had not completely recovered. At this time, Yi Shiwen completely attacked, not giving it any time to breathe. Boom! Yi Shiwen's 3 combined seals smashed down and instantly formed a huge mushroom cloud. The Sword of Domination was blasted away, and its spirit body cracked open in the air. It actually showed signs of collapsing. This was an extremely terrifying sign. His spirit body itself was incomparably sturdy, and it was impossible for him to be in such a state so easily. It was almost as if he had been severely injured in an instant. At this point, it was already a life and death struggle, almost touching upon the Tao attainment level of power, making one shiver inwardly. When the huge mushroom cloud rose up, not only did the Tian clan people see it, even the experts from the allied forces of the various races saw it, especially the experts who had taken the lead. Fiery Dragon Lord and the others had seen Yi Shiwen's Sword of Domination being smashed and sent flying. He almost tripped over. He felt that the world was filled with coldness. His junior felt a chill run down his spine, and he was drenched in cold sweat. What did they see? A fully awakened and terrifying Tao tool was actually smashed and sent flying. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? At this time, they had completely confirmed that the Tian clan had dispatched so many experts to deal with Yi Shiwen. Moreover, it could be said that it was not an exaggeration to mobilize such a large force. In the face of a monster who could smash a Tao tool, it was not an exaggeration to take seriously. As for why he had an additional demon clan army, many people had already guessed the reason. After all, some people had seen the demon summoning banner in action before, and this was all within their expectations. However, many people were still a little unable to adapt to Yi Shiwen's fierceness. Compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation, they could only say one sentence. He has become stronger. He has become stronger again. What a monster. The people of the myriad heavens and myriad worlds could no longer control him. However, before they could recover, they saw Yi Shiwen attack further. He directly took a step forward, rushed to the front of the Sword of Domination, and continued to chase. Behind him, the Tian clan army, with Yi Shiwen as the arrowhead, pierced through all the way. Wherever he passed, the Tian clan army also collapsed. Compared to the Tian clan army, the demon clan army that Yi Shiwen had summoned was a little smaller in number, but it was more flexible and could be commanded by Yi Shiwen. In addition, many of these ancient demons and great demons were experts who had been fighting for many years. They were very experienced in war, and any one of them was a master of war. When they commanded the army, they were like fish in water, like a piece of art. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and chased after the Sword of Domination. Damn it! The Sword of Domination could not help but roar, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen did not give it a chance to breathe at all. The Avicii sword in his hand flourished, and fiercely slashed down. Sword of Domination. Yi Shiwen simply used the Sword of Domination's sword technique to resist the Sword of Domination. The Sword of Domination was directly slashed, and its entire body flew out, and its spiritual body exploded in the air. Although it immediately reassembled, it was already a lot more transparent. This reassembly also consumed a lot of energy. Not to mention, some of the serious injuries could not be healed even after the reassembly of the physical body. However, at this moment, the Myriad Worlds diagram and the huge pterosaur had already flown over. In particular, that pterosaur had a huge stature. It looked like a huge star. It had a pair of divine wings flapping behind its back. The sharp horns on its head were like the sharpest health products in the world. It directly cut through the sky, and a huge sword light rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. "Come, let's fight again." Yi Shiwen had no intention of pursuing further. He directly put down the Sword of Domination and turned around to face the pterosaur. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist directly hit the sharp horn on the pterosaur's head, and a huge explosion occurred. In an instant, it was like two pieces of the world's hardest metal had collided, and the world trembled. Raging waves slammed into the shore, and rubble flew into the sky. The stars, the sun, and the moon all rotated, condensed together, and then released crazily. This time, in this shocking collision, Yi Shiwen did not move an inch, but the huge pterosaur was smashed away. In the face of this sudden attack from this Dao tool, Yi Shiwen did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. The moment Yi Shiwen smashed the pterosaur away, on the other side, a huge world formed by the Myriad Worlds diagram finally directly smashed down. "Break for me!" Yi Shiwen roared. Before the world crashed down and destroyed his demon army, the Avicii sword in his hand made a clanging sound. The sword light soared into the sky and instantly tore through the blood-red sword light. It directly blasted into the falling world. Countless illusionary creatures were directly annihilated. After that, the entire world was pierced through. In the end, the entire world began to rumble and explode. It was as if the real world was collapsing inch by inch. From afar, it looked very terrifying, as if the end of the world had really arrived. The sword light's momentum did not diminish, and it pierced through the world. After destroying the world, it directly pierced through the sky and swept in front of the Myriad Worlds diagram. The tool spirit of the Myriad Worlds diagram had an extremely ugly look on his face. Although the attack just swept past him, he was not directly hit, but if it was not for the protection of the Myriad Worlds diagram, just the aftermath of the attack would have been enough to seriously injure him. The power of the Avicii sword was really getting more and more terrifying. Unlike the pterosaur, the Myriad Worlds diagram had really fought with Yi Shiwen and also with the Avicii sword. But at that time, Yi Shiwen was not this terrifying. Even with the time robe, the Avicii sword could only barely contend with him. At most, it could only be said to be able to barely delay him and the Sky Splitter. It was not a big deal at all. It was not a real threat. At most, it was an annoying reptile. But now, Yi Shiwen single-handedly defeated the Sword of Domination. Not to mention that he snatched the dark Bodhi divine hand, killed Mahasvara and the others, and severely injured the Sky Splitter. The Avicii sword was also stronger than before. Even though it was also a Dao tool, he could clearly feel how terrifying the Avicii sword had become. After devouring the Tianqi Emperor's sword, his strength had increased by more than a little. Just this sword alone made him feel as if he had been seriously injured. His expression couldn't be any uglier. No wonder the Sky Splitter Spear had warned him to be careful in his message. This guy's growth was really too fast. This time he could not let him go, otherwise no one would be able to deal with him in the future. Die. The Myriad Worlds diagram roared, and a terrifying aura shot up to the sky, as if it was going to destroy the world. In an instant, thousands of volcanoes erupted at the same time, and in the void a terrible pattern appeared, spreading out in circles and crushing towards Yi Shiwen in a grandiose manner. This was the power of a Dao tool. After making up its mind to eliminate Yi Shiwen, it did not hold back at all. Once it attacked, the sky was full of power, rolling and rolling. In the face of the myriad worlds diagram, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate at all. He directly broke through and directly rushed up. Clang! The sword light of the Avicii sword rose against the wind, directly growing more than 10,000 feet, instantly piercing through the galaxy and blasting towards the myriad worlds diagram. Yi Shiwen's sword light and the infinite world of the myriad worlds diagram could easily destroy the existence of an ordinary peak quasi-emperor. At this time, they directly collided. Rumble! A violent explosion was triggered, instantly bursting out. This kind of stalemate only lasted for a moment, and Yi Shiwen's sword light did not slow down, breaking through everything. Chapter 2903. The Avicii sword's sword radiance continued to exert its power. It did not stop because of the initial collision. It did not restrain itself, nor did it show any signs of a lack of momentum. The sword radiance directly tore through everything, including the defense of the myriad worlds diagram. It directly blasted into the myriad worlds diagram. Hong long long long. A series of explosions sounded directly in the myriad worlds diagram. Many people only saw that the supreme myriad worlds diagram began to shake violently. Although all the attacks were blocked by the myriad worlds diagram, the myriad worlds diagram's tool spirit's face was still pale. It was difficult for ordinary attacks to hurt it, because no matter what kind of attack it was, it would be absorbed by the myriad worlds diagram. Was there anything more inclusive than a world? However, Yi Shiwen's attack almost exceeded the limits of what the myriad worlds diagram could contain and endure. It instantly injured the tool spirit. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already reopened a considerable part of the Celestial Clan's defense. He had already killed his way to the other end of the Celestial Clan's defense. Without these Dao instruments to lead the way, the remaining Celestial Clan was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. They were directly pierced through. With Yi Shiwen as the leader of the Demon Clan's great formation, its power was infinite and invincible. Damn it! The myriad worlds diagram chased after Yi Shiwen. Like the sword of domination, it did not directly attack the Demon Clan's army because there was no need. As long as Yi Shiwen was dead, they would naturally be useless. If they were all dead, but Yi Shiwen was still alive, then there would be no point at all. At the same time, the pterosaur and the sword of domination also began to encircle and intercept him. The three Dao instruments with all their strength had also caused a lot of trouble for Yi Shiwen. None of them were Yi Shiwen's opponent in a one-on-one fight. However, at this time, after suffering from Yi Shiwen's attack, they would not choose to fight one-on-one. On the contrary, they would join forces. The three great Dao instruments together, coupled with the other Celestial Clan experts on the side, brought a lot of trouble to Yi Shiwen. In fact, if Yi Shiwen's Demon Clan army did not contain the Celestial Clan army, Yi Shiwen would even have to face the encirclement of the Celestial Clan army. Although the Celestial Clan army could not threaten Yi Shiwen, they could delay Yi Shiwen's footsteps. At that time, Yi Shiwen might really be trapped and killed. This was also the fundamental reason why he released the Demon Clan army. It could hold a considerable amount of the Celestial Clan army for him. It could hold a considerable amount of the Celestial Clan army. But even so, Yi Shiwen was still in trouble. With the three great Dao artifacts as the main force, many of the Tian Clan experts firmly held him back. 1 or 2 of these attacks were not a problem, but after 8 or 10 of them, they would become a huge threat. Moreover, Yi Shiwen also felt that other terrifying auras were awakening. They might not necessarily be Dao tools, but it might be some extremely terrifying old monster that had been hiding for many years. Or it might also be some means that had been hiding for many years. After all, there were so many sovereign emperors in the Tian clan. Other than themselves, no one else knew about their hidden methods. At the same time, it was extremely terrifying, From time to time, there would be some astonishing attacks coming out from the depths of the Celestial Clan. Every time, a large portion of the Demon Clan army would be taken away. There was even one time where Yi Shiwen was almost hit. Even Yi Shiwen would be severely injured by that kind of attack. Fortunately, this kind of attack was clearly taboo and could not be used consecutively. It could only be used from time to time. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would probably be left here forever. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, he did not choose to barge in. The Celestial Clan had too many methods, who did not have a trump card. There were all sorts of methods that could truly threaten the Emperor. Although they would have to pay a huge price every time they used it, this was also the key to the survival of the Emperor's inheritances. Even if they became emperors later on, they would not dare to act recklessly because of the existence of such methods. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen could not help but speed up his breakthrough. He did not want to get entangled with those people at all, and directly rushed out. With Yi Shiwen's speed and strength, if he did not want to get entangled, and the Demon Clan army was holding back the Celestial Clan army, then almost no one could stop him. Very quickly, Yi Shiwen had already killed his way out of the Celestial Clan's encirclement. He had already reached the outermost perimeter and saw the allied forces of the various races that were already fighting with the Celestial Clan. He understood that they were here to pick him up. He immediately used the demon banner to collect the Demon Clan army. Then he spread his demon wings and activated his fastest speed. In an instant, he appeared at the border between the two armies. Damn it, how could he escape? Trash, you are all trash. It's over, how could he escape? The matter of Yi Shiwen escaping immediately caused the entire Celestial Clan to be shocked and angry. This time, in order to deal with Yi Shiwen, it could be said that they had gone all out. Not to mention the fact that they had mobilized the entire army. They had even paid a huge price to revive the Tao artifact and even used some taboo methods. But even so, in the end, they were still unable to stop Yi Shiwen. This was simply a kind of humiliation, even more humiliation than the allied forces felt at the beginning. Back then, the Mahasvara celestial race had only been able to take advantage of the time difference and escape before the true elites of the allied army could even react. At most, they were a little annoyed. But even so, they still achieved the title of the strongest person in the great Freedom Heaven. But as for Yi Shiwen, he had pierced through the encirclement of the Celestial Clan army with his own strength. In the layers of encirclement of the Celestial Clan army, he had directly pierced a way out and slipped away under their noses. This situation was not the same as the previous situation in the great Freedom Heaven. It could not be compared at all. But at this time, it was too late to make a move. Yi Shiwen had already escaped, and the ancestral dragon seal and phoenix robe of the allied forces were also rushing from all over at an astonishing speed. Obviously, they were rushing to help Yi Shiwen out. Even if they caught up, it was useless. It was impossible to kill Yi Shiwen. They could only watch Yi Shiwen's figure disappear in front of them. On the other side, the Fire Dragon Supreme and others didn't feel that Yi Shiwen could escape and come back. He really escaped back. Moreover, the most important thing is that he escaped without a scratch. This time, the title of the world's most powerful person will change. Fire Dragon, Lord said with an incredulous look on his face. He had seen countless brave people in his life, but to be so brave to this extent, probably only the Qin Emperor could do so many years ago. Could it be that this kid is the next imperial monarch? If so, then he would also be very happy. Since he led the Fire Dragon Palace to betray the Dragon Island, he could only be regarded as the side of the human clan. Naturally, he was very happy that there would be another emperor among the human clan. The stronger the human clan was, the more benefits he would get. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen was a person who had a relationship with the Fire Dragon Palace and the martial sect. Previously, he chose to help Yi Shiwen once. Maybe he would receive an unexpected, amazing return in the future. Beside him, there were 7 or 8 equally tyrannical powerhouses who could grab the stars and the moon and crush the world. At this time, they were also looking at each other and gave up fighting with the experts of the Heavenly Clan. There was a look of complete disbelief on their faces. Are you kidding me? This is simply a monster. He actually came back. Originally, everyone only made the decision to support him. In fact, many people still felt that it was impossible for Yi Shiwen to escape with his own strength in the layers of encirclement. That was why they said to support him. They didn't expect that, in fact, they only held back a part of the Heavenly Clan's strength. They didn't help much at all. Yi Shiwen dug a way out with his own strength. Without waiting for them to think too much, Yi Shiwen had already rushed out of the encirclement of the Heavenly Clan and arrived at the camp of the Allied forces. Before they could say a word to Yi Shiwen, they saw Yi Shiwen's figure flash and disappeared in front of everyone. There was only one sentence left in their ears. Seniors, Yi Shiwen will remember the kindness of helping me today. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay it. However, I don't have time to catch up with seniors now. I am in a hurry to kill DNI. Wait for me to come back. As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, someone saw that his figure had already appeared in the space crack and jumped in. Almost immediately, the entire space channel disappeared without a trace as Yi Shiwen withdrew the power that was maintaining it. Everything seemed as if it had never happened, and Yi Shiwen seemed as if he had never appeared. The experts of the Allied forces looked at each other. At this time, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am in a hurry to kill DNI. If one didn't know better, they would think that he was going to catch a bus. Who was DNI? Although he was a younger generation, who dared to look down on him now, not to mention that he might achieve cultivation in the future. He was already a great trouble now. He was a super expert among the quasi-emperors. It was one thing to be defeated by Yi Shiwen, but it didn't mean that everyone had the same strength as him. If they wanted to encircle and kill DNI, even if they got the news, they had to be careful and bring along Dao tools to have a chance of success. Yi Shiwen's attitude was like buying groceries on his way home from work, and he said that he would solve it for them. It really made these top experts smile bitterly. It's not that I don't understand, but the world is changing too fast. It's really not our fault. Chapter 2904. Yi Shiwen rushed into the passageway. Without the support of his spiritual power, the passageway soon began to collapse. He rushed out of the passageway in the next moment and returned to the abyss. By then the battle had also come to an end. Without Mahesvara and the others holding the fort, the remaining celestial fighters were no match for Yi Mo. They were quickly slaughtered and fled in all directions, not to mention that Yi Qianchan and the Hidden King were there to help them. Although Yi Qianchan and the Hidden King couldn't help much against the great Freedom Heavens, they were enough to kill the ordinary experts of the Celestial Clan. Yi Shiwen flashed and appeared in front of them. Did you catch up? Yi Mo asked. He had also seen Yi Shiwen rush out of the passageway. He wasn't too worried about Yi Shiwen. With Yi Shiwen's current strength, no one could do anything to him. I let the Sky Splitter Spear escape. Yi Shiwen briefly explained how he had broken into the Celestial Clan's camp. The Hidden King was completely scared. He had broken into the Celestial Clan's camp and still managed to break out. Yes, he had broken out. He wasn't like the great Freedom Heavens, who took advantage of the time difference and retreated before the Allied forces could mobilize much strength. Yi Shiwen had directly broken out of the Celestial Clan's army. This was a completely different concept. From now on, the title of the Great Freedom Heavens would probably change to someone else. Some people still had doubts about the title of the Great Freedom Heavens as the world's #1 expert. However, there were also some people who were almost on par with the Great Freedom Heavens. However, there was no such problem for Yi Shiwen. The Great Freedom Heavens, the Explosive Flame, Ruthless King, and the Cold Moon Star Monarch had all been killed by Yi Shiwen. The three of them together with 2 Dao tools were still no match for him. Unless the Emperor was revived, his title as the world's #1 expert would be stable. After the pale face of the Hidden King, an excited expression appeared on his face. Yi Shiwen's strength had improved a little too fast. He had reached an unprecedented level in such a short period of time. With the world's #1 expert as the leader, it was impossible for the Hidden Alliance not to develop. Yi Shiwen was the current leader of the Secret Alliance. However, he had single-handedly established the Secret Valley as its core. Therefore, he had always been concerned about the development of the Secret Alliance because of this. On the contrary, Yi Qianqian's complexion was very calm. She was indifferently looking at Yi Shiwen from the side. There was a bit of pride in her eyes. This man who could go to heaven and earth and make the world tremble was her man. Tsk tisk. Yi Mo couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Yi Shiwen had killed the 3 experts of the Great Freedom Heavens. However, he had been able to kill his way through the Heavenly Race's main camp. So, he had a whole new level of respect for Yi Shiwen. You are really going to defy the heavens now. But luckily you left early. If you chose to go deep into the Tian clan's camp, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to come out either. Without the monarch overseeing the Tian clan's camp, the deterrent power has indeed decreased by more than 1 level. But you have to understand that they have a lot of methods, and the ones you can see are just a handful. Yi Mo himself had fought with the Demon King in the past, so he was very clear about the methods of these monarchs. It was beyond the imagination of a quasi-emperor. Unless Yi Shiwen could become a monarch one day, it would be impossible for him to go back and forth and turn the Tian clan's camp into a sieve. What about you guys? Did you catch an ID? Yi Shiwen asked. When he came back, the battle here was already coming to an end, but he didn't see an ID. I let him run away. He ran away from the beginning, and he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. We were held up by these Tian clan. Yi Mo squinted his eyes and said, there was a bit of frightening, killing intent in his eyes. After suffering a few losses, this kid's reaction was even sharper than a monkey's. He refused to fight at all, and didn't give me the slightest chance. Yi Mo was also a little annoyed. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen was held up by the Great Freedom Heavens and others at that time. Otherwise, he could have killed NID in one breath. It's okay, even if I let him go, so what? Yi Shiwen crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his tone was full of confidence. In the past, he did not have much confidence in competing with DNI to see who would be the first to enter the Emperor realm. However, he was completely different now, as if he had been reborn. No matter what, where can he escape to? For the next period of time, we will continue to search for his whereabouts. If possible, it is better to kill him as soon as possible. Yi Shiwen said, and yes. Yi Mo nodded. The existence of NID really made people feel uneasy. Originally, a junior who was about to become an emperor would not have been able to put so much pressure on everyone. However, the various races did not have a single sovereign emperor holding down the fort. The only sovereign emperor that they knew might still be alive was an enemy, not one of their own. It was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads. It could fall at any time and place. The news of Yi Shiwen barging into the Tian clan's camp and killing his way out quickly spread out, because there were simply too many witnesses. It was unknown how many elite experts among the allied forces of the various races had witnessed it with their own eyes. Yi Shiwen had single-handedly beaten several fully awakened Taotuals to the point that they couldn't do anything about it. He had carved a way out in front of them. How terrifying was this? Yi Shiwen really killed them all? How is this possible? Countless people couldn't believe it at first, and they couldn't believe it at all. Is he going to defy the natural order? Even Great Freedom Heaven can't do this, right? This news can't be wrong. Many people saw it at that time, and there was news from inside the Tian clan that even the original #1 master, Great Freedom Heaven, died in his hands. Explosive Flame, Ruthless King, and Cold Moon Star, Lord, also died in his hands. The fact that Yi Shiwen had broken into the Heavenly Race's main camp and killed his way back and forth wasn't shocking enough. However, The fact that Yi Shiwen had killed the great Freedom Heavenly King made people feel that Yi Shiwen possessed unimaginable strength. Great Freedom Heaven himself was a huge benchmark. He was the world's #1. Even if some people didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that even if he was not the world's #1, he was one of the strongest masters under the monarch realm. Explosive Flame, Ruthless King, and Cold Moon Star Lord were also among the ranks of these strongest masters. Now that they were killed by Yi Shiwen in one breath, there was no doubt that Yi Shiwen's strength had surpassed them by a lot. Suddenly, the title of the world's strongest person fell on Yi Shiwen's shoulders. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was much less controversial than the Great Freedom Heaven. Great Freedom Heaven had broken into the headquarters of the allied forces of the various clans. However, Yi Shiwen had killed his way back and forth. This was a completely different concept. In addition, he had killed 3 top masters in a row. This made his reputation extremely resounding. In the eyes of most people, the title of the world's #1 was more worthy of it. This matter became more and more intense during this period of time. In particular, the higher-ups of various clans were pushing behind the scenes. Yi Shiwen's name had spread to the heavens at an astonishing speed. After being suppressed by the Heavenly Clan for so long, even the title of the world's #1 had been snatched away. The foundation of this title was formed on top of their humiliation. Now that they had finally regained some ground, how could they not work hard to publicize it? Even if many people had a grudge against Yi Shiwen, they also knew that this was the most important time, especially since this matter was too exciting. It could strengthen the hearts of some originally wavering clans and forces, and prevent them from joining the side of the Heavenly Clan. Otherwise, the Heavenly Clan would become the trend of the general trend, and the situation would be irreversible. Yi Shiwen himself didn't know about this matter, because he had been exploring some battlefields in the abyss, looking for natural treasures, and searching for the whereabouts of the Inverse Emperor. Although he found a lot of treasures along the way, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the Inverse Emperor. This was the most regretful thing for Yi Shiwen. However, the harvest of this trip was still great. Not only did Yi Mo rush to the peak of Quasi-Emperor, but Yi Shiwen also rushed to the late stage of Quasi-Emperor. His strength had completely surpassed Great Freedom Heaven. Even Yi Qianshan had finally entered the realm of ordinary peak of Quasi-Emperor. She was only slightly weaker than Yi Mo, and the Hidden King had entered the middle stage of Quasi-Emperor. This speed could not be said to be slow. It should be known that in the Quasi-Emperor realm, it was common for each realm to improve by hundreds of thousands of years. To be able to complete such an amazing transformation in such a short time was still beyond Yi Shiwen's expectations. It could be said that the harvest was quite abundant. Yi Shiwen and the others were not the only ones who had harvested in this abyss. Although he was the strongest and had also taken the most essence of this abyss, the others had more or less obtained a lot of benefits. Both the Heavenly Clan and the allied forces of various clans had entered the abyss, and all of them had more or less improved. For a time, the strength of both the Heavenly Clan and the allied forces of various clans had shown explosive growth. However, in this abyss, fierce battles were unfolding all the time. Both sides would fight to the death whenever they met. Moreover, those who entered were some top experts, and a large number of elite experts from both sides had died here. There were even more rising stars who had obtained some fortuitous encounters, and their strength had suddenly skyrocketed. After confirming that the Inverse Emperor had definitely left, Yi Shiwen decided to return to the Hidden Alliance. He wanted to completely digest the harvest this time, especially the Dark Bodhi Divine Hand. If he could completely refine it, then his strength would increase by a level, especially when he used the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist. With the Dark Bodhi Divine Hand in hand, the power of the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist had increased by more than a little. It was simply earth-shaking. When Yi Shiwen returned to the Hidden Alliance, he only knew that the legend about him in the myriad heavens had gone completely crazy. Chapter 2905. The legend of Yi Shiwen being the strongest person in the world had become more and more intense during this period of time, especially under the promotion of the Allied forces. Yi Shiwen's name had begun to spread from the Allied forces to some remote places. In less than 20 years, Yi Shiwen's prestige had already spread to all the worlds under the control of the Allied forces of the various races. Even in some remote worlds, there were people secretly spreading about Yi Shiwen's deeds. Some people walked in the continent, making Yi Shiwen's reputation more and more resounding. The Allied forces obviously intended to shape Yi Shiwen into a model, pushing him to become a model like Great Carefree Heaven in the past. Great Carefree Heaven could become famous in the world in a short period of time. How could it be possible without the help of the celestial race? Both sides had been fighting for a long time. It was no longer a simple competition of the number of masters. It was a battle of wits and courage to destroy the opponent's fighting spirit. However, the consequence of doing so was that if this model was killed, it would be a great blow to the morale of the Allied forces. Great Freedom Heaven had been killed by Yi Shiwen in front of so many people. This was a huge blow to the morale of the celestial race's side. The self-confidence and pride that they had accumulated on Great Freedom Heaven's side had vanished in an instant. So, they had shifted to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen suddenly seemed to have become the benchmark of the celestial race. Yi Shiwen was always in the eye of the storm. Yi Shiwen didn't know how many of them were really flattering him, and how many of them were planning to kill him with flattery. However, he didn't care. The so-called killing by flattery could only be killed when the person being flattered didn't have the strength. However, Yi Shiwen was worthy of the name. He didn't know if there was anyone stronger than Great Carefree Heaven. However, he had a few Dao tools with him, so he could definitely bear this title. It was not an undeserved reputation. Since that was the case, there was no need to talk about praising him to death. Moreover, the advantage of doing this was that since he had already become a great hero against the heavens and a role model of a celebrity, then in the future, even if those who disliked him dared to attack him, they could only attack him from behind. They definitely wouldn't dare to attack him directly. In this way, Yi Shiwen didn't know how much trouble would be saved. He could concentrate on his cultivation. He hadn't been able to capture DNI and kill him earlier. This had made him feel a sense of crisis. Was God really helping him? But now that DNI was at this stage, he had to hurry up and increase his strength. Then, even if DNI got the Tao, he had to be able to fight back. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the late Quasi-Emperor realm, he was only a step away from the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. At that time, he could start preparing for the tribulation. He didn't know how much time he would have to spend on this step, not to mention the final step of attaining the Tao. The time he might have to spend on this step could be calculated in astronomical figures. Without external help, he could only slowly improve his strength in closed-door cultivation. Before that, he decided to complete the sacrificial refining of the dark Bodhi divine hand and the devil worship. At that time, he could give the devil worship to Yi Qianqian to protect herself. The dark Bodhi divine hand could greatly improve his strength. This was the only way to improve his strength in a short period of time. The Hidden King was handling the matters of the Hidden Alliance. There was no need for him to do anything. Even if there were some disharmony, Yi Mo was there. With Yi Mo's strength, it was too easy to suppress those ambitious people. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen had become the world's #1. Everyone in the Hidden Alliance had willingly surrendered. No one was dissatisfied anymore. Even those emperor inheritances didn't have the world's #1 to be the leader. This was especially true after Yi Shiwen had become the strongest person in the world. Many forces and experts had rushed over to seek shelter with him. The various forces that had been very resistant to the secret alliance had started to waver, especially after they had seen Yi Shiwen continuously bringing back huge benefits for the secret alliance. This had allowed the secret alliance's strength to increase tremendously. After the disciples of the Hidden Alliance had more or less obtained some benefits, they couldn't sit still anymore. Having such a powerful leader was also a huge benefit for them, especially for some individual cultivators. It was very difficult for individual cultivators to survive in the world. Unless they had some fortuitous encounters, it would be very difficult for them to obtain high-level cultivation techniques and cultivation resources by themselves. Moreover, even if they wanted to join a king's sect or an emperor's inheritance, they wouldn't be willing to accept experts who had already formed their own system. They would rather believe in the experts that they had nurtured themselves. Whether it was in terms of cultivation system or credibility, it was much higher. The Hidden Alliance was the only force that had made a name for itself. It was still recruiting talents from the outside. After all, the Hidden Alliance had only been established for a short period of time. Even if it had the Hidden Valley as its core, it was still too weak compared to those emperors' inheritance. It had no other choice but to frantically recruit people to improve its own strength in a short period of time. Moreover, Yishuin had said that only experts and elites could be recruited. Those who were weak could not be recruited unless they had amazing talent. This was to prevent the income from being substandard. In that case, it would be better not to have any. Originally, some people had expressed disdain for the Hidden Alliance's attitude of preferring nothing over substandard. It was already a problem whether anyone would be willing to join. Yet they were still being picky. Now that Yi Shiwen had become the most powerful person in the world according to the official propaganda, his appeal had greatly increased. Many people who were still wavering had directly come to him, and the rule that Yi Shiwen had set had a place to use. The current Hidden Alliance was like a huge whirlpool. It had absorbed many experts to join it. There was bound to be a mix of good and bad people, or people with ulterior motives. However, these were all small problems. It could only be slowly digested in the future. With Yi Mo in charge, these people could not overturn the heavens. Yi Mo didn't enter into a state of closed-door training, while Yi Shiwen was in closed-door training. He had already reached the same realm as the Great Freedom Heavens. However, he had said that he was still very close to the Emperor realm. The difference was huge. He still needed to accumulate enough foundation before he could attempt a breakthrough. Otherwise, he might really die in the Great Calamity. Even Freedom Heavens, who had cultivated to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm many years ago, still did not dare to attempt a breakthrough. He was afraid that he would be struck to death. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Yi Shiwen could only be noncommittal about this because he had not truly reached the peak. Therefore, he did not know whether he would have such a foundation after he cultivated to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. However, judging from the current situation, it would not be a problem for him to far surpass Yi Mo. This time, Yi Shiwen chose to go into closed-door training in the Hidden Alliance. This was also to prevent any accidents. Who knew if the heavenly race would lose their minds and directly attack the Hidden Alliance? If he was not around, it would be very difficult for Yi Mo to resist the heavenly race army alone. After all, once the heavenly race army was mobilized, it would definitely be a thunderous attack. If 1 or 2 top experts were dispatched to delay Yi Mo, the remaining experts of the Hidden Alliance would probably be completely annihilated. Currently, apart from Yi Shiwen, Yi Mo, and the Hidden King, there was not even a single quasi-emperor in the Hidden Alliance. Yi Qianqian would also go into closed-door training with Yi Shiwen. Together with him, they would refine the giant devil ship. When that time came, they would have a Dao tool to protect themselves. Then, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. The closed-door training grounds in the depths of the Hidden Alliance were surrounded by various enchantments. During this period of time, Yi Mo had used a great method to arrange these enchantments. These were all emperor-level enchantments that the Demon King had used in the past. Although the Demon King did not specialize in this aspect, it was still far superior to ordinary quasi-emperors. This was also the source of most emperor-level enchantments. Only a very small portion of them were actually arranged by the emperor. Most of them were arranged by the later generations according to the techniques left behind by the emperor. Among them, there were strong and weak ones. The enchantments that were arranged by the real emperor level were the most terrifying. Not only did they contain the Tao of the emperor level, but they also contained the skills and techniques left behind by the emperor level. Under normal circumstances, they would be hidden inside and would only awaken under certain circumstances. However, once awakened, they could even pose a threat to the emperor level. It was equivalent to the emperor level awakening and launching an all-out attack. Ordinary creatures could not injure the emperor level. However, it would be completely different if it was another emperor level. This was the reason why the inheritance of the emperor level had existed since ancient times. Even the emperor level would not be willing to provoke them. Although the enchantment that Yi Mo had arranged was slightly inferior, it was still extremely powerful. It could be said that it was currently the most powerful secret territory in the Hidden Alliance. In the future, it would also become the place where the higher-ups of the Hidden Alliance would go into closed-door training. In the secret territory, Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian were sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed. The giant devil ship in the sky erupted with waves of pitch-black devil aura as it struggled to leave. However, how could Yi Shiwen give it the opportunity to do so? A huge, dark, Bodhi divine hand was firmly holding onto the giant devil ship. After a full 30 years, Yi Shiwen had thoroughly refined the dark Bodhi divine hand. With the experience of refining the Avicii sword and the time robe, and the help of the two Dao tools, it was undoubtedly much easier for Yi Shiwen to refine the dark Bodhi divine hand with his current strength. It could be said that he was very familiar with this task. The rest of the time was used to help Yi Qianqian refine the giant devil ship. Although the giant devil ship was damaged, it was still a Dao tool after all. It was still not easy to refine it. Yi Shiwen had to completely erase the imprints of other people, especially the emperor level of the devil race. Then he had to brand Yi Qianqian's divine sense in it. This required a lot of time and effort. Chapter 2906. The dark Bodhi divine hand was firmly holding onto the demonic ship, not allowing it to break free. It was very difficult for the demonic ship to break free. Yi Shiwen's magic power continued to pour into the ship, and the devil battleship started to struggle fiercely in the beginning. However, it gradually calmed down. After a few more years, the demonic ship finally stopped struggling. Yi Qianqian stretched out her hand and grabbed the demonic ship. She quickly absorbed it into her body. Yi Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, he had refined the demonic ship. With the protection of this demonic warship, it could be said that Yi Qianqian had become one of the strongest cultivators of this generation. There were not many who dared to say that they could suppress her. As long as the emperor did not descend personally, she would have no problem protecting herself. Ever since he knew that his opponent was Ming Di, Yi Shiwen had been worried about her safety. He was definitely Ming Di's first target. However, Yi Qianqian, who had obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Underworld, was also one of Ming Di's targets. Without a Dao weapon to protect herself, the difference between a quasi-emperor and an emperor was too great. She would not be able to withstand a single blow. They were on two completely different levels of life. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. After refining the demonic ship, Yi Shiwen came out of seclusion. Although he was already at the peak of the late quasi-emperor realm, it was not easy to take that step. If he did not want to waste time and effort, he could only look for a fortuitous encounter. The news of Yi Shiwen's coming out of seclusion quickly spread throughout the allied forces and the celestial race. This was because such a person was too dangerous. Yi Shiwen had broken into the celestial camp alone and entered and left freely. This undoubtedly stimulated the sensitive nerves of many people. In the era when the emperor did not appear, he was equivalent to a strategic weapon. Especially on the side of the celestial race, they were completely nervous. No one could deal with such an existence, especially when it came to making money. They had lost the great freedom heavens, the cold moon star lord, and the explosive flame ruthless king, 3 peak quasi-emperors in succession. For a time, the number of high-level experts of the allied forces was somewhat out of balance. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's appearance instantly made the celestial race nervous. The high-level leaders of the allied forces naturally attached great importance to this matter. Yi Shiwen had just come out of closed-door training, and he had already been appointed as the deputy alliance chief. In view of his origin and background, it was already beyond everyone's expectations that he would be appointed as the deputy alliance chief. Yi Shiwen didn't have any opinion on this. The position of deputy chief was just a nominal position. After all, the structure of the entire alliance was a group of people. No one could suppress the others. It didn't matter if it was the chief or the deputy chief. The only difference was that their words carried more weight. In order to balance the various sovereign lord legacies and the regis sects, nothing was going to be easy. During this period of time, taking advantage of the fact that Yi Shiwen had caught the Tian clan off guard and caused the Tian clan to suffer a lot of losses, the allied forces of the various races took advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack and recover some of the lost land. Several fierce battles also broke out between the Tian clan camp and the allied forces headquarters, especially when Yi Shiwen broke into the Tian clan's camp. In order to support Yi Shiwen, the allied forces of the various races and the Tian clan army fought a great battle. After a chaotic battle, they retreated to each other. Basically, both sides suffered losses, but the celestial race who had been beaten senseless suffered greater losses, and the allied forces of the various races had the upper hand. However, neither side had the decisive strength, and there was no way to achieve a decisive victory. They could only continue this stalemate. Every day, every minute, every second was like a flesh mill, cruelly strangling the elites of both sides. In order to compete for the leadership of the myriad heavens, the celestial race couldn't give up. The allied forces of the various races also didn't want to crawl under the feet of the celestial race again and be their slaves for generations, so it was even more impossible for them to stop at this time. The contradiction between the two sides could be said to be irresolvable, and they could only fight with all their strength. Yi Shiwen came out of seclusion, but he didn't return to the allied forces headquarters first. On the contrary, he silently crossed more than half of the myriad heavens and directly headed towards the sealed place of the celestial race. He wanted to find out what happened inside and why did they fall. Of course, most importantly, he also wanted to check the seal to see if it was completely scrapped. Yi Shiwen still had some guesses in his heart. It was probably not completely scrapped. Otherwise, it was possible that the sovereign lords of the celestial race had returned to the myriad heavens. And now, at most, it was the existence of the great freedom heavens, which meant that the seal of the past was still effective, and there was a force that was preventing these sovereign lords from returning. If the sovereign lords of the celestial race returned, then everything that the allied forces were doing now would become incomparably ridiculous, because it would be of no use at all. Yi Shiwen didn't alarm anyone, nor did he tell anyone. He just walked all the way by himself. He walked all the way and comprehended all the way. He felt that his path seemed to be broken, or perhaps he had reached a limit. He was now stronger than the great freedom heavens, but he was still far from the sovereign lord level. Every step forward would be an unprecedented realm, and every step would be very difficult. He was laying the foundation, but if he wasn't careful, it might turn into laying the foundation for the rest of his life. He could already feel that there was a wall in front of him, and the path ahead was broken. Having reached this stage, no one could give him guidance. Perhaps he was walking on the loneliest path that no one had ever walked before or since. Even the legends of many sovereign lords from ancient times to the present didn't seem to have such a record. He wanted to make a breakthrough, go further, and create another path above the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. This in itself was crazy enough to think about. Perhaps I've reached the end of this path in this life. It's too difficult to go further. Yi Shiwen didn't have much confidence in himself in the end. He wanted to borrow the records of the various sovereign lords and see how the sovereign lords had passed through the stage. Perhaps it would be meaningful for him to learn from them. However, that would be before he had attained the Tao. He hadn't reached that point yet, and it was already difficult for him to proceed. There was no path ahead, and he was walking on a different path from everyone else. So, he was standing in front of everyone now. There was no path ahead, and it meant that no one had ever walked this path before. There was such a law between the heavens and the earth. Once a certain path had been taken by someone, then it would be easier for the people behind to take this path. Ever since the birth of the first acquired god, the path of gods had gradually become clear. Every step of the way had its own rules, and there were standards for reference. However, there weren't any sovereign lords yet. Although many sovereign lords had been born, they hadn't reached that point yet. He was now standing at the forefront of all the cultivators, exploring that path. It was pitch black in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. It was as if he was walking on the edge of a cliff, and he could fall and be smashed to pieces if he wasn't careful. Perhaps there had been people who had reached this point since ancient times, but had there really been people who had broken through? And now it was his turn. Would he be stuck here forever and be unable to go further? Or would he open up a new path and open up a new world? I want to step on an unprecedented path, and I want to change it. Yi Xuan thought about it day and night. His thoughts were undergoing amazing changes every minute and every second. He began to think about every path he had walked since the beginning of his cultivation. His path of cultivation had basically been learning the Tao of others, and many of them didn't have any system at all. Compared to the elites who had inherited the sovereign lord's inheritance, his learning was even more unsystematic. However, he had relied on various fortuitous encounters and the mysterious space to cultivate to the present. He didn't feel it before, but now that he was standing at his current height and looking back, his previous path of cultivation was like a skyscraper. It was pulled up from the ground, but it was crooked. However, this kind of crooked skyscraper was towering into the clouds, and it hadn't been blown down by the strong winds. This in itself was a miracle. Yi Xuan began to correct his previous Tao from the initial Hotian to Xiantian, and then to the truth Tao. He moved all the way towards the sealed place of the Tian race, and he didn't deliberately speed up. He was just like a traveler. He knew that this was very important to him. If his previous Tao was not corrected, he would not be able to advance further. He had already reached the limit of this swaying skyscraper. If it continued to tilt, it would inevitably collapse. At this time, he truly understood how important an effective cultivation system was, and how lucky those who had inherited the sovereign lord's inheritance were. It could save countless years of exploration time, and it was simply incomparable to his unorthodox path. Yi Xuan's speed of correction was extremely fast, especially his previous path of cultivation. Looking back at it from his current height, the situation was already completely different. His speed of correction was getting faster and faster, and his aura was also getting stronger and stronger, as if he was undergoing a kind of rebirth. At his current level, being able to undergo rebirth was an incredible thing in itself. This kind of transformation made him no longer able to hide his figure. Many people saw that Yi Xuan was undergoing a transformation, becoming stronger and stronger, and becoming purer and purer. Oh my God, he is cutting off his previous Tao. It's like he's ascending to heaven. He is purifying himself, becoming incomparably pure, even purer than a crystal. Is this Yi Xuan really going to defy the heavens? He's already so strong now, and he's still transforming. Who can control him in the future? There were also many people who were trembling from the bottom of their hearts. They were afraid, especially the masters of the Tian race. They had suffered great losses in the hands of Yi Xuan several times, and their strength was greatly damaged. They couldn't help but be afraid of Yi Xuan. What's more, he was actually becoming stronger. Was he really using a cheat? Chapter 2907. Other than cheating. No one could think of any other words to describe this situation. In the beginning, Yi Xuan still had a purpose to go to the sealed place of the Sky Clan. But later, Yi Xuan had no goal at all. Or rather, his overall goal was still to go to the sealed place of the Sky Clan. However, he no longer walked in a straight line. Instead, he walked slowly and continued to comprehend along the way. Basically, it could be understood as going wherever he went. Along the way, there was too much movement. Because he was mending his own Tao and cutting off his past Tao, Yishuin was completely immersed in his own Tao. Except for the most basic vigilance, he had almost lost his perception of everything else. Many people could see that he had no feeling at all. He was just going with the flow. Wherever his body went, that was where it was. But his aura was still strong. Because of this, no one dared to approach him, even though he seemed to be completely immersed in the ocean of Tao. However, another 20 years had passed. Yi Shiwen was walking faster and faster, but his aura was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if someone had chopped off his body piece by piece. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Unlike before, Yi Shiwen's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a flying dragon soaring into the sky and soaring above the 9 heavens. But now, it seemed as though he was chopping off his own Tao. It was constantly crumbling and collapsing, slowly falling from a quasi-emperor to a god-king, from a god-king to an ordinary god, and even directly falling below the Tao-proving realm. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. Even the matter of Yi Shiwen every day attracted more attention than the confrontation between the two camps. It was because the situation was too strange. In the end, a respected old antique who had lived for countless years saw through his situation. He was reshaping his own Tao. What a frightening thing this was. One should know that for a martial artist like Duyu, the Tao was simply like the bones in the human body. The Tao determined the fundamental shape of a person, and all other martial arts and magical powers were attached to the flesh and blood of the Tao. Only after having the Tao would it be meaningful. Therefore, the more correct one's Tao was, the further one would be able to walk down the path. Cutting off his own Tao was like breaking his own bones, trying to straighten his own bones. How terrifying was this? It required extremely strong willpower, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could do. However, the benefits of doing so were naturally great. Once he succeeded, his future path would be limitless. Many people knew about Yi Shiwen's past. It could be said that it was a hodgepodge. He wasn't like the disciples of the emperor's inheritance who had advanced step by step. It was already shocking that he could reach this step. No one else could achieve such a thing. Therefore, he understood very well why he was doing this. However, understanding was one thing, but he was still dumbfounded by what he saw. This is the best opportunity. You won't get the chance to kill him in normal times. But it's only possible now. Someone clamored to attack Yi Shiwen. Normally, Yi Shiwen was simply too powerful. He could kill his way through the Tian clan's camp by himself. And even if he used a taboo method, it would still be very difficult to keep him here. Don't forget, he still had 3 Tao tools on him, and they were still intact. How could such a person be easily dealt with? That in itself was completely illogical. However, it was different now. Yi Shiwen was actually comprehending the Tao. He was not in the heavily guarded headquarters of the Allied forces or the Hidden Alliance, but he just came out casually. This was simply a godsend for them. It was a good opportunity for Yi Shiwen to attack. If they missed this opportunity, even God wouldn't be able to stand it. Although many people clamored, no one dared to attack Yi Shiwen. Especially at the beginning, Yi Shiwen's aura was constantly getting stronger. Some people didn't want to be outdone and wanted to attack Yi Shiwen. In the end, before Yi Shiwen could do anything, a quasi-emperor was slashed by Yi Shiwen's Avici sword and automatically came out to protect him. Only then did ordinary people remember that even if he had no consciousness, as long as he still had a Tao tool, he was still one of the most terrifying existences in the world. However, everyone saw Yi Shiwen's aura getting weaker and weaker. He had already fallen from the Tao validation realm. After a few years, he even fell to the transcendent realm. He was already so weak that in the eyes of many people, they might be able to kill Yi Shiwen with a single finger. Suddenly, on a day, Yi Shiwen's body instantly erupted with endless brilliance. Countless treasure lights bloomed on his body, and several Dao tools disintegrated on his body and flew out. Many people exclaimed, wondering what Yi Shiwen was doing. He is pursuing the Dao alone. These Dao tools all have a strong Emperor's Dao. It might not be a problem normally, but if he wants to walk on his own Dao, he has to abandon the influence of these Dao tools. Hence, he separated himself from these Dao tools. That's great. Yi Shiwen is seeking his own death. Originally, he still had Dao tools on him, so we couldn't do anything to him. However, now that he is seeking his own death, he can't blame us for everything. Kill him. Many heavenly clans were roaring. There was a blood feud between Yi Shiwen and the heavenly clan. No one knew how many heavenly clan experts died in his hands. No one knew how many times the heavenly clan's plans had been destroyed by Yi Shiwen. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen had stopped DNI time and time again, which led to DNI not being able to attain Dao until now. Even now, Yi Shiwen had completely overshadowed him. In the past, everyone was guessing, or rather, waiting for DNI to attain Dao. The heavenly clan was waiting, and so was the allied forces. They were all thinking of ways to delay the arrival of this process. But now, everyone's attention seemed to be attracted by Yi Shiwen. He was like the biggest, luminous object in the world, completely attracting everyone's attention. No one paid attention to the matter of Emperor and I anymore. Now was the best time to kill him. If they missed this opportunity, there would be no more. Yi Shiwen walked into a world, and around him many figures appeared. All of them were peerless experts and had auras that could destroy the heavens and earth. Normally, these people would not dare to appear in front of Yi Shiwen. However, after confirming that even the Dao tools had left Yi Shiwen, they all appeared. Yi Shiwen, today is the day you die. Accept your fate. A massive evil dragon descended from the sky, and on its head stood a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's face was filled with vicissitudes, and he looked like he had experienced many things. There was a sinister smile on his face. Finally, he could take his revenge, although his revenge was nothing in Yi Shiwen's eyes. In fact, Yi Shiwen didn't even know that he had killed his friend. However, he had always remembered this hatred until now. Yi Shiwen had charged into the Heaven Awakened world. Far too many people had died because of him, and he had thought that he would never have a chance to take revenge in this lifetime. Who would have thought that he would have such an opportunity now? Yi Shiwen was still immersed in his own Dao, and he walked forward step by step. What was different from ordinary people was that he walked in the air, and it looked like he was walking on flat ground. Seeing this scene, many people felt quite shocked. After all, if ordinary people wanted to break free from gravity and fly, they would have to expend magic power. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He did not expend any magic power, and there seemed to be no magic power in his body at all. He had stepped on the nodes of the laws, and he had relied on his understanding of the laws to do this. He had not relied on magic power or true essence to do this. This was the most terrifying thing. To be able to walk in the air by relying on his understanding of the laws meant that his understanding of the laws had reached a shocking level. In fact, even many old antiques would not be able to do this. They could rely on their instincts to float in the air, but it was impossible for them to not expend any magic power. Yi Shiwen seemed to be immersed in his own world, and he did not care about what was happening outside. Yi Shiwen, today is the day you pay your debts. Die. The middle-aged man on the huge evil dragon roared and pounced at Yi Shiwen. The evil dragon was connected to its master's mind, and it knew the anger in its master's heart. It pounced at Yi Shiwen and opened its mouth, as if it wanted to swallow Yi Shiwen whole. That bloody mouth seemed to be able to swallow the world, and it could destroy the sun, moon, and stars. This was an evil dragon at the peak of the Sage Plain. No one knew when this middle-aged man had captured it and made it his mount. This middle-aged man was also a super expert in the early stage of the King Plain. If this had been any other time, he would not have dared to appear in front of Yi Shiwen. An expert like him was too weak in front of Yi Shiwen. Things were different now. They might still have a fighting chance. But if they missed this opportunity today, they would never have such a chance again. Everyone was guessing that Yi Shiwen's aura and strength would not decrease indefinitely. There would definitely be a day when he would rebound, and that day was not far away. Now was the best time. If they did not make a move now, it would be too late. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen had friends, and those people would be here soon. He would not give them a chance to make a move. Just as that bloody mouth was about to swallow Yi Shiwen moved. He slapped out with his palm. It was a simple, ordinary palm, but it blasted into the dragon's mouth. Chapter 2908. Bang! Yi Shiwen's hand directly inserted into that big bloody mouth. Then an amazing scene occurred. The dragon's head directly burst open and turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. It screamed pitifully and directly turned into nothingness. Even its spirit was not left behind. One strike was all it took to kill a dragon at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane. No one knew how he did it. There were no fluctuations of spiritual ether on Yi Shiwen's body. If one closed their eyes, they would not even be able to sense Yi Shiwen's aura. The dragon's aura was everywhere. However, Yi Shiwen had blasted this evil dragon into dregs with just one blow. How did he do it? Many people opened their eyes wide. It seemed that they wanted to see clearly what kind of magical power Yi Shiwen had used. However, they couldn't see what kind of martial arts or magical power Yi Shiwen had used no matter how hard they looked. He just stretched out his hand, and he dismembered a divine lord at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane, who said that he had no combat power, who said that he was easy to deal with. Many people suddenly began to curse, in a situation where they could not detect any other traces. They could only confirm it. Yi Shiwen made their hearts beat faster. Who the hell said that Yi Shiwen was easy to deal with? The middle-aged man from the Tian clan retreated again and again, looking at Yi Shiwen in shock. But Yi Shiwen did not seem to care about him at all. He just walked forward step by step and continued on his way. It was as if he was still immersed in his ocean of the Great Path, and no one could wake him up. Yi Shiwen wore a green robe and crossed the void step by step. He looked like an ascetic monk wandering around the world. He was walking a completely different path. The middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly. Because he was frightened by Yi Shiwen, there was a look of unwillingness on his face. He was actually frightened by Yi Shiwen, especially when Yi Shiwen was still in the state of enlightenment. It was really too shameful. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to become stronger? He has no Tao implement to protect him now, and this is his weakest moment. If you don't do it now, there will be no chance in the future. The middle-aged man roared. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at Yi Shiwen. He was trying to incite everyone to besiege and kill Yi Shiwen. However, at this time Yi Shiwen, who didn't seem to have the slightest awareness of the outside world and didn't care about what was happening outside, suddenly attacked. In an instant, his entire person disappeared, leaving only an afterimage. Then he directly attacked, instantly rushing in front of the middle-aged man from the Tian clan. Everyone cried out in alarm. What was Yi Shiwen trying to do? His cultivation had been severed, and his Tao had been reshaped. In this process, he shouldn't have any magical powers. In addition, he didn't even have the Tao tool. What else could he do? But then Yi Shiwen showed his super strong side and smashed his fist on the long spear. This top-grade divine tool, level great spear, instantly exploded and collapsed. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's punch did not lose any momentum and directly penetrated the front of the middle-aged man from the Tian clan. The Tian clan middle-aged man desperately wanted to resist. He wanted to block Yi Shiwen's punch, but it was useless because he couldn't keep up with Yi Shiwen's punch at all. Bang! With a loud sound, the chest of the middle-aged man from the Tian clan was instantly pierced. In an instant, blood splattered and bone fragments flew everywhere. Yi Shiwen didn't stop. He went one step further. His hands tore open endless golden light. The Tian clan divine king didn't even have time to react and was directly torn apart. Instantly, he couldn't be more dead. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open in utter disbelief. A single punch, just a single punch, and a celestial race god king was instantly killed. Everyone was scared silly. They never thought that it would actually turn out like this. With Yi Shiwen's strength, it wasn't strange for him to kill a divine king in one move. But that was when he was at his peak. He was in the quasi-emperor realm and had a Dao tool. What was strange about killing a divine king in one move? Even killing a quasi-emperor in one move was not news. But now, after severing his own Dao and dispersing his Dao tool, he still had such strength. It was simply a joke. Could it be that he didn't lose his strength at all, and all this was just an act? Seeing Yi Shiwen kill a divine king so easily, everyone couldn't help but doubt. Could it be that they were wrong? Yi Shiwen actually didn't lose his strength, and he didn't sever his Dao? Impossible. We all saw him sever his Dao with our own eyes. How can it not be true? Even if he can hide it from us, can he hide it from everyone in the world? In these past decades, it wasn't just them who had been paying attention. It could be said that all the worlds in the universe had been waiting and paying attention. Many old antiques and old monsters had also been paying attention and had confirmed this matter. Those people were very experienced. They were very cunning, and their vision was very sharp. How could they let Yi Shiwen deceive them? Even though Yi Shiwen had the reputation of being the #1 person in the world, they didn't believe that Yi Shiwen could hide it from everyone. At this moment, Yi Shiwen completely made them doubt whether their guess was true or not. A god king was instantly killed just like that. There were no signs at all. There were no signs at all. It was done just like that. Under Yi Shiwen's feet, there was a scarlet mist. Yi Shiwen's body looked particularly tall and straight in that blood mist. It was as if he was an ancient divine mountain standing in front of everyone. He just used his physical body. He just used his physical body to easily kill a matchless divine king. Someone exclaimed. This was because he had suddenly thought of this reason. This was the only reason. In the information of Yi Shiwen's early years, there were indeed reports of Yi Shiwen's physical body being unparalleled. It was just that many people had long forgotten about it because everyone's attention was already on the Dao treasures that Yi Shiwen possessed. Compared to that, the strength of Yi Shiwen's physical body seemed to be completely meaningless. But it was only now that everyone came to a realization. How was this strong? It was simply sick, all right? Even if ordinary quasi-emperors specialized in the aspect of physical body and cultivated a supreme golden body, they wouldn't dare to say that they could kill a divine king with just their physical body when they had no magic power. In particular, many experts from powerful races, such as the Golden Dragon race and the Titan race, all began to ask themselves, under the same circumstances, without their physical bodies, could they really kill a divine king with just their physical body? Many quasi-emperors didn't dare to say this. Even if they had their magical powers, and although killing a divine king was nothing, to be able to kill a divine king in an instant was something that even they at their peak could not do, let alone in such a state. Could he really be some kind of monster? It seemed that Yi Shiwen had too many secrets hidden under that endless halo. They wouldn't have known that Yi Shiwen's physical body was so tyrannical if they didn't have such an opportunity today. This in itself was an incredible thing. You're all a bunch of trash. Are you all going to give up just like that? A young man with a strong body, wrapped in a deathly aura, spoke up and called everyone trash on the spot. Many people were instantly enraged. Those who dared to come here to kill Yi Shiwen were all powerful cultivators of their generation. They were all beings who dominated a region. The divine master of the sage plane was already the lowest level, and there were even many beings of the divine king plane. These people were all unwilling to lay their hands on Yi Shiwen. But when everyone saw the young man's appearance clearly, their expressions changed drastically. "You're Ming Guang. someone even said with a trembling voice. At this moment, everyone was sure that the young man in front of them was Ming Guang. He is Ming Guang. In the past few decades, his name has been too resounding. It's very rare for the underworld kingdom to have a descendant enter the world for countless years. But in this generation, a young powerhouse has entered the world to cultivate. That's him. He is the youngest lord of the underworld in the underworld kingdom. It is said that he has just awakened for less than 1,000 years, but he has already cultivated all the way to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. It seems that it won't be long before he can cultivate to the same level as the Mahesvara heaven and become one of the strongest powerhouses in the world. Many people were very clear about the rumors of Ming Guang and his achievements. No one knows exactly what his background is. In fact, no one has ever forced him to such an extent. His opponents have always been defeated in one move. Xue Duo said with great emotion. To cultivate to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm in 1,000 years, many people could not help but feel that they had lived in vain. 1,000 years was not even a fraction of their years of cultivation, but had far surpassed them. How could this not make them feel ashamed? In comparison, Yi Shiwen was not so shocked. Although Yi Shiwen had cultivated to this point in less than 10,000 years, it was enough to shock the world. Yes, some people speculate that in his previous life he was likely to be a peak of the quasi-emperor realm, an expert even more tyrannical than the realm of freedom. Someone said, now that the realm of freedom had been dead for many years, he had unfortunately become a benchmark in everyone's mouth. It is even possible that the incomplete corpse of the emperor was moved back by the underworld and buried. It is very likely that this is the case. This speculation was naturally extremely shocking. How could it be so easy to find an emperor's corpse? The last time the Sky race obtained an emperor's corpse, it had already turned the world upside down. One could imagine how rare and precious an emperor's corpse was. Everyone was also very clear about how the experts of the underworld came out. Basically, everyone had an ancestor who had been abducted by the underworld to train as their own experts. Although they were very angry, they were also very clear about the inside story. But such a speculation was too shocking. Chapter 2909. The emperor's corpse was very rare. Even if the emperor had fallen, it would be protected by the heavenly law. It would not be easily taken away. However, the Netherworld Kingdom had been established for countless years. It was a terrorist organization that had existed long before the distant mythological era. With such a long time and foundation, no one knew whether they really buried the emperor's corpse in the ground and used a secret method to revive it. Although everyone did not have a good impression of the Netherworld Kingdom, and many people had a blood feud with them. In their ancestors, there had been injured ancestors who were forcibly beheaded and taken away by the Netherworld Kingdom. Every race and every force, as long as they had existed for a long time, seemed to have some intersection with the Netherworld Kingdom. It was just that this kind of intersection was not good. However, they still did not doubt the foundation of the Netherworld Kingdom. However, many people imagined that this was the only way to explain why Ming Guang could cultivate to such a level in just a short period of 1,000 years. It was unprecedented. Naturally, the experts from the Netherworld couldn't be compared to ordinary people. This was because they had already accumulated an unimaginable amount of experience in their previous lives. It was like others were still running at the starting line, but they were simply running from the finishing line. If the time of their cultivation was included in the cultivation time of their previous life, then everything seemed reasonable. This Ming Guang is too strong. Among the current younger generation, probably only the descendants of the ancient celestial courts Yiwudi and Kunpeng Demon Master can be compared with him. Many people said Ming Guang had not been out for many years, but he had already made a name for himself as invincible. In contrast, Yiwudi's reputation was built up over thousands of years. It was completely incomparable, regardless of whether it was the flattery of others or his own strength. The fact that he was able to reach this step in such a short period of time showed that he was not simple in the eyes of the crowd. This was especially so since he represented the Netherworld Kingdom, a colossus that was always shrouded in fog. However, when everyone ranked the strongest of the younger generation, they had naturally excluded Yi Shiwen. What a joke! If they included him, would the others still have a way to survive? Whether it was Yi Wudi or Kuan Peng, they had fought in succession in the past few years. Their strength had been recognized by everyone. However, they paled in comparison to Yi Shiwen. They could only fight against ordinary peak-level quasi-emperors. They were still far away from peak-level quasi-emperors like Great Freedom Heaven. However, Yi Shiwen could already kill Great Freedom Heaven. They weren't creatures of the same plane at all. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was automatically excluded from the ranks of the younger generation. He was a monster and couldn't be measured by the logic of ordinary people. They wouldn't take Yi Shiwen into account now. After all, it would be too unfair to the others. Many people cried out in alarm. Could it really be some unknown great world? In normal times, it might be difficult for even one person like Ming Guang to appear in millions of years, let alone a monstrous genius like Yi Shiwen. Once a monstrous genius appeared, he would be an invincible existence that could suppress the current generation. But now, one after another, such monstrous geniuses were born. No one could dominate the world. It could only be said that one could dominate a region. This was unimaginable in all the great eras since ancient times. Such an existence, who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, made these old antiques, who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, tremble with fear. They didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. There was a great power in his eyes. It was extremely terrifying and looked extremely powerful. He walked towards Yi Shiwen step by step. Although he came for hope, the coldness emitted from his body made many people terrified. They didn't dare to approach him at all. Behind him, there were also many experts of the Netherworld Kingdom. They were all subordinates of Ming Guang. Even in the Netherworld Kingdom, there was also a power struggle. As a new lord of the Netherworld, Ming Guang needed to compete with other lords of the Netherworld for resources. He was also recruiting subordinates, wantonly. Among his followers, not all of them were dead, and not all of them had died once. Many of them were experts of the present age, and their bodies were full of vitality. This was a sign that they were still alive, and not those who were dead. At this time, these people surrounded Yi Shiwen. Obviously, they wanted to kill him here. Why? You want to kill me? Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. He finally spoke. It seemed that he had finally broken free from the ocean of his great path. In other words, the dangerous aura forced him to break free from his immersion in the great path. Humph, Yi Shiwen, you have killed so many experts of the Netherworld Kingdom. Even Ming Di personally gave the order to kill you. What else do you have to say? Ming Guang looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. There was a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Since his debut, he had been recognized as one of the top experts of the younger generation. His peers were the lord of the ancient heavenly court, the descendant of the demon Master Kunping, and many peerless disciples of the emperor's lineage. He felt disdain in his heart. As long as he grew up, he would be able to kill all the experts. But the person in front of him was different. No one even compared him to him. That was more humiliating than anything else. Now, this person was in front of him. Not only did he have to complete the task that Ming Di had requested, but he also had to prove in front of the heavens that there was no one that he, Ming Guang, could not compare to. Only others could not compare to him. Ming Di is just a person who hides his head and shows his tail. Yi Shiwen said coldly, a mouse hiding in the shadows. What, you are courting death? Even if the emperor comes, he can't save you. These experts of the Netherworld Kingdom were furious. Yi Shiwen dared to insult the supreme existence in their hearts. He was simply courting death. In their opinion, Yi Shiwen was going crazy before his death. He clearly knew that he could not avoid it. He was going to die today. He might as well just talk and forget about it. Are you trying to provoke me? Ming Guang's face was also extremely ugly. Provoke you? Is there a need for that? Ming Guang, although I don't know what kind of person you were in your previous life, I think you should be an extraordinary person. Now, you are willing to be Mingdi's dog and be ordered around by him. You are really a disgrace to your previous life. Some people say that you are the reincarnation of the emperor, but I don't believe it. The emperor is so proud. How can he tolerate his body to be a dog? Yi Shiwen said faintly. His words made many people's eyelids twitch. Not only did he completely look down on Ming Guang, but he also looked down on Ming Di, who was behind him. The veins on Ming Guang's face twitched. Being a dog, this was the last thing he wanted to hear. This was a slap in the face. Moreover, the person who said this was Yi Shiwen. This made him even more furious. Do you think this is interesting? You want me to be ruthless after provoking me so that you can die faster? Said Ming Guang, coldly at this time. He thought of another possibility. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Yi Shiwen had come here with such a purpose in mind. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly. Do you think it is necessary? I am Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back and said faintly. His words sounded ordinary and calm, but when they landed in the hearts of the crowd, it was like a bolt of lightning had struck them, causing them to completely recall what had happened. Yes, the man in front of them was not an ordinary character. He was Yi Shiwen. If it was thousands of years ago, this name was nothing at all. But now, this name had endless deterrence and endless magic. That's right. Just these 3 words were enough. He was Yi Shiwen. Did he need to provoke the enemy to die faster? Only his enemies would beg for mercy like this. They were begging for death. Nonsense. I think you have a guilty conscience, said Ming Guang while gritting his teeth. From the moment they met, Yi Shiwen completely suppressed him. He did not have the upper hand on the battlefield at all. He completely lost in the confrontation of auras. Yi Shiwen did not think highly of him from the beginning. They were obviously of the same generation, but the way he looked at him, he actually regarded him as a junior. Considering the age of the previous generation, he was way ahead of Yi Shiwen. Guilty? Do I need to? I am Yi Shiwen, said Yi Shiwen faintly. Are you planning to attack together, or one by one? Yi Shiwen continued to ask, but he did not look at them directly. It was as if he was looking at a group of trash. You are courting death. Ming Guang roared. Ming Guang, you are courting death. How dare you attack my big brother? A roar rang out from afar. A golden figure shot through the sky and landed before everyone like a huge star. He gave off an extremely powerful aura. This person was none other than the young Kuin Peng, whom they had not seen for a long time. Not bad. Yi Shiwen looked at the young Kuin Peng and could not help but smile. In his heart, the young Kuin Peng was undoubtedly like a younger brother. He had raised him since he was young. Their relationship was completely different. At this moment, the young Kuin Peng's figure was tall and straight, like a huge spear, soaring into the sky. Although he still looked like a young man, his expression was less immature and more mature compared to many years ago when he was in closed-door training. Many years ago, the young Kuin Peng left Yi Shiwen and went to the ancient heavenly court to receive the inheritance of the demon master. Now it seemed that the effect was not bad. Compared to Ming Guang, his strength was not any weaker. He was strong enough to compete with this peerless master of the Nether Kingdom. This meant that Yi Wudi was right. The young Kuin Peng had a great encounter and great benefits. Kuin Peng. Ming Guang looked at the young Kuin Peng with a vigilant look in his eyes. Unlike Yi Shiwen, this was a true opponent at his peak. Chapter 2910. Big brother, I'll talk to you after I get rid of this guy. Young Kuin Peng said. He had not seen Yi Shiwen since his retreat. Although he had come out in the past few decades, Yi Shiwen seemed to be in a state of retreat, so he did not disturb him. Originally, Yi Shiwen had the protection of the Dao tool. Even if some rascal came to cause trouble, they could not stop the power of the Dao tool. However, he became anxious when he heard that Yi Shiwen's Dao tool had dispersed and flown back to the secret alliance. Sure enough, it was just as he had thought. Once Yi Shiwen revealed any signs of fatigue, there would definitely be some thieves who would try to take advantage of him. He did not expect that Ming Guang would also come. This super genius who was on par with him, but he did not know what grudges his big brother had with the underworld. There were many records of the underworld ancient heavenly court, but they were not good. The word bold was enough to explain everything. Get rid of me? Ming Guang's expression suddenly changed, becoming even more unsightly. What was wrong with this world? Yi Shiwen looked down on him. But now even this Kuan Peng dared to speak to him like this. Was he a cabbage on the roadside? It was a great humiliation to be sent away so easily. Of course, there is no need for my big brother to suppress you. I alone am enough to beat you up. Young Kuan Peng said matter-of-factly. On his body, a diagram of the yin-yang fish flew out. In an instant, the world seemed to transform into yin and yang. Yin-yang diagram. Some experts of the celestial race were almost forced to their knees by this diagram. This is the protective Dao tool of the demon master Kuan Peng. Yes, as expected, he really obtained the inheritance of the demon master Kuan Peng. The yin-yang diagram was famous in the world, but after the demon master Kuan Peng fell, this diagram disappeared. Someone exclaimed. He was an old monster who had lived to this day. He was knowledgeable and had seen the power of the yin-yang diagram. Young Kuan Peng obviously knew that Ming Guang was not simple. He was definitely not someone that ordinary people could compare with, so he did not hold back. As soon as he came up, he activated the yin-yang diagram to completely suppress him. You, Kuan Peng! Ming Guang roared, and suddenly the sky exploded. The mountains in the distance collapsed, and the earth shattered. It was like bombs exploding one after another. What about me? I can suppress someone like you with one hand. Young Kuan Peng said coldly. He was also unruly. In fact, he was even more arrogant than Ming Guang. Ming Guang had his pride, but so did Kuan Peng. He was the descendant of the Kuan Peng. He was the descendant of the demon master. Ming Guang stared at the young Kuan Peng coldly. He was a little afraid, but it was only limited to the yin-yang two realms diagram. Although he could see that Yi Shiwen's control of the yin-yang two realms diagram was still quite shallow, and he could not control it as easily as Yi Shiwen could. However, Yi Shiwen still had an advantage against him, who did not have a Taoist tool. Yi Shiwen, are you going to hide behind people? Ming Guang looked at Yi Shiwen, trying to find a way to break through. You, Cao, Kuan, Yi and Xian, Ming Kuan, Chen He, Ming. Ming Guang blushed, which was rare. Then his face turned cold. But since you have come to look for me, then you don't need to do anything. I alone am enough. Some people think that I have declined and are easy to bully. Now, I will let them see whether I have really declined to this point or not. Yi Shiwen said in an ice-cold voice. That's right. Humph, that's good. I will eliminate you first. Ming Guang said coldly. He looked at Kuan Peng. He was not afraid. He just did not want Kuan Peng to intervene at this time. Otherwise, his mission would fail. Now that Yi Shiwen took the initiative to challenge him, it was great. He was confident that he could eliminate Yi Shiwen in a short time. Kuan Peng would not be able to react. Buzz! In that instant, Ming Guang made his move. That terrifying power erupted in an instant. Blood, qi soared into the sky like a vast ocean. As soon as he took a step forward, he felt the earth shattering. The mountains in the distance were trembling as if they were about to collapse. No one expected him to be so powerful. An ordinary peak quasi-emperor might not be able to match up to such power. Ming Guang was worried that young Kuan Peng would not attack. But after seeing that young Kuan Pong just looked at him coldly without any expression, he was relieved. However, he did not know that young Kuan Pong was very confident in Yi Shiwen. But even so, he did not seem to move. In fact, his whole body was completely tense. Once there was a slight change, he would immediately attack. This attack directly bombarded Yi Shiwen. It didn't even take a moment. It had already happened in an instant, and Yi Shiwen also attacked in an instant. Although he did not have any spiritual power, the blood in his body was like an explosion. It instantly exploded, and his blood qi bloomed like a divine cloud. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch without any fist intention. It was just a simple punch. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist was like a big spear that directly bombarded Ming Guang's offensive. A series of astonishing collisions occurred. Then, Ming Guang's overwhelming offensive came to a standstill for a moment. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into thin air and was completely destroyed. How is this possible? Ming Guang's eyes widened. His attack had actually been broken into thin air. Yi Shiwen did not use any spiritual power or magical power in this move. He had only relied on his own tyrannical strength to achieve this. How could he not be shocked? However, Yi Shiwen's attack was far from stopping. On the contrary, his attack had just begun. He took another step forward and caught up. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers shook. The sun and the moon changed color. Heaven and earth trembled under his amazing blood qi. It rushed into the sky. Everyone was terrified and their faces changed. Did Yi Shiwen not cut off his cultivation at all? Or was his physical body really so terrifying? The strength of his physical body was simply heaven-defying. It made people tremble in fear even from afar. Go to hell! Ming Guang was enraged when he saw Yi Shiwen advancing instead of retreating. A kingdom of death instantly appeared around him. He integrated himself into this kingdom of death in an attempt to stop Yi Shiwen's attack. Yi Shiwen's punch blasted into the kingdom of death. It was like a clay ox falling into the sea. You're courting death. Ming Guang was overjoyed when he saw this. He instantly slammed his palm toward Yi Shiwen like lightning. Yi Shiwen raised his hand and blocked this fatal blow from Ming Guang. Boom! There was another loud noise. Heaven and earth trembled. No one could have imagined that the battle between the two would actually break out like this. In particular, the battle between the two was so strange. Yi Shiwen simply used his physical body to enter and exit. His blood qi soared into the sky. On the other hand, Ming Guang's various magical power laws erupted. It was like an ancient emperor had been resurrected, constantly attacking Yi Shiwen. But even so, he still had no way to take down Yi Shiwen. He just kept bombarding Yi Shiwen. However, his attack was resolved by Yi Shiwen. With just a simple move, Yi Shiwen had resolved Ming Guang's attack. Besides young Kuan Pong, there was no one else who dared to stand near them. The yin-yang two-boundaries diagram above his head was constantly bobbing up and down. All the energy that rushed over was completely annihilated. It could not hurt young Kuan Pong. Moreover, his own cultivation was extremely powerful. Even if he resisted, the aftermath of such a battle could not hurt him. This Yi Shiwen can actually resist Ming Guang with just his physical body. It's incredible. Someone watched from afar, only to feel his whole body trembling. It was completely unbelievable. Originally, everyone's impression of Yi Shiwen was that he was powerful, especially with the Dao Tool incarnation, which was even more powerful. But in everyone's opinion, without the Dao Tool, his strength was probably just that. Not to mention, he had severed his cultivation. Perhaps even an ordinary quasi-emperor could kill him here. It was also because of this that many people came to besiege him. But at this time they realized that even if Yi Shiwen had nothing, he was still strong enough to fight against a peak quasi-emperor. No wonder his cultivation is obviously not there yet, but his strength is so tyrannical. Someone exclaimed, Even the great freedom heaven fell at his hands. If he did not sever his cultivation, how strong would he be now? I can't believe it. Kill him. He is already so powerful now. If we let him sever his wrong cultivation and reconstruct his own great way, who can kill him in the future? Someone shouted, seeing the key problem. Many people were startled in their hearts. It didn't matter how powerful Yishuin was right now. However, it was undeniable that he was at his weakest. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't get a better opportunity to kill this terrifying man. This man had already deterred an entire generation of the world. He had even forced everyone to exclude him from the ranking of the younger generation. Were they going to watch him continue to grow? Seeing that many people were beginning to get restless, young Kuan Peng roared, "I'll see who dares. Are you all looking to die?" As he roared, the wind and clouds stirred. It actually stabilized the space, not being affected by the battle between the two. The amazing power that he displayed with his casual attack also made many people tremble. Many people looked at young Kuan Peng with some fear in their eyes. Not only did Yishuin have such a powerful enemy, but he also had extremely powerful helpers. In particular, the yin-yang two worlds diagram was even more terrifying. Don't stop them. Let them come together. Chapter 29:11. Don't stop them. Let them attack together. Yishuin's cold voice penetrated the battle between the two. He was not affected by the battle between the two. His voice was accurate. Big brother. Young Kuan Peng looked at Yishuin in surprise. He did not expect Yishuin to make such a request. It doesn't matter. They're just some small fries. They only dare to come when I am not at my peak. They have already lost the heart of a warrior. Now that I have dealt with them all, I want to see how many more people will come knowing that they are going to die. Yishuin shook his head and said, "Okay, big brother, I will not intervene." Young Kuan Peng finally decided to respect Yishuin's wishes and did not intervene directly. However, he would not just stand by and watch. He had never put down the yin-yang two worlds diagram. He was afraid that someone would suddenly attack him with a Taoist instrument. Without the protection of a Taoist instrument, the only power that could threaten Yishuin was probably a Taoist instrument. Boom! The battle began in an instant. Those experts who had been ready to attack rushed forward. There were not only experts from the Tian clan or the Netherworld Kingdom. Experts from all sides attacked together. There was only one goal, and that was to work together to kill the guy in the field who fought Mingguang to a draw with his bare hands. In particular, they were very dissatisfied. Could it be that they really had no deterrent power? He actually asked a group of them to attack together. He did not seem to care about them at all. Countless divine tools flew into the sky one after another, and then brought along rays of light that filled the sky, tearing the blue dome of heaven, causing the world to tremble. There was a kind of imposing aura that could suppress the 9 heavens circling around, and directly bombarded towards Yishuin. However, at this moment, Yishuin attacked. His expression was very indifferent, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. He raised his hand and directly slapped the Taoist instruments that were falling from the sky. Boom! 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 Everyone only heard a series of heavy blows. Then they saw Yishuin send hundreds of Taoist instruments and divine weapons flying with his bare hands. These were not ordinary weapons. Any one of them was a high-grade divine weapon, or even a supreme-grade divine weapon. The materials used to forge them were also top-grade materials that were rarely seen in thousands of years. Usually, they were invincible when used to attack. Now, they were sent flying by Yishuin casually. It was as if they were fighting 1,000 caddies with little effort, and they were all sent flying one after another. However, while everyone was still immersed in Yishuin's amazing feat, Yishuin's counterattack had already begun. In an instant, he had already escaped from the attack range of the Netherlight and directly pounced into the crowd, starting a massacre. Pooh! 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 At this moment, Yishuin had truly demonstrated in front of everyone what it meant by skill is close to the truth. It was just a simple martial art move, but in his hands it had erupted with astonishing might that was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. He was like a bloodthirsty devil, piercingly cold and resolute, and a single punch or kick was capable of easily annihilating an extraordinary expert. Regardless of whether it was a divine master or a divine king, there was no difference between them in front of him. With a single strike, his physical body was torn to pieces and shattered with a loud bang. Blood and white bones flew everywhere, and this bloody scene caused one's hair to stand on end. However, at this time, there was no room for either side to retreat. These people had come to kill Yi Shiwen at this time, naturally to eradicate future troubles. If they couldn't eradicate Yi Shiwen today, they would definitely have to face Yi Shiwen's revenge in the future. It was better to die in battle here and then eradicate him. And Yi Shiwen was even more determined to kill. He was originally a decisive person, and now that he was considered weak and easily bullied during the Cutting Tao period, he had long had enough of it. He had to let these guys swallow the bitter fruit that they had sown. The earth was trembling, and more than a dozen riders rushed towards Yi Shiwen. They were all riding strange beasts, and they were very powerful. At this time, these people had completely integrated into one with their beasts. The person leading them was even a powerful quasi-emperor. These people were also existences who could move unhindered in a region on normal days, and today they were entrusted by someone to eradicate Yi Shiwen. At this time, they took advantage of the time when Yi Shiwen was killing others and rushed in front of him. With just you guys, Yi Shiwen suddenly stepped on the ground, and in an instant, the world shook violently and the earth directly shattered, rolling up thousands of layers of soil waves, mixed with boulders flying in all directions. This chaotic scene stagnated the momentum of these powerhouses. Their indomitable, tacit understanding was also interrupted, and the method was so simple. Taking advantage of the time when they were stunned, Yi Shiwen made his move. He leaped up, and he didn't use any magical law, just relying on the amazing, explosive power of his physical body. He directly stepped on the ground, and his whole body shot out like an arrow from the bow, directly rushing into the group of more than a dozen riders. The terrifying power combined with the terrifying momentum directly caused the world to tremble, and in an instant, several of the riders were smashed to death. Their position happened to be right in the middle, and this time the collision set off a wave of air, which also caused the other riders to be thrown off their horses. Even the strange beasts under their crotch couldn't withstand the sudden attack of such a terrifying power. However, Yi Shiwen's battle had just begun. He stopped his figure in midair and then launched an amazing killing. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen punched and kicked, and these riders, together with the strange beasts, were pierced. Blood splattered, splashing in all directions. Help! When the leader of these riders saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare angrily. These were his old subordinates, who had followed him for countless years. He didn't know how many times they had fought with him, through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They didn't die in the hands of others, but died in the hands of Yi Shiwen. He was burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. Every time he rushed over, he would pounce on empty air, and the battle would be completely over. How could such a sullen feeling not make him extremely depressed? It's your turn soon. After Yi Shiwen killed the last rider together with the strange beasts, he looked at the leader of the strange beasts. He didn't remember offending this team of strange beasts. After all, their strength was absolutely powerful. If they had committed a crime, Yi Shiwen definitely knew that there was only one possibility, and that was they were hired by others. Whether they were doing this to repay a favor or simply for money, he wanted to let everyone know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was best not to provoke him, or else they would be courting death. Yi Shiwen directly pulled up the great spear in his hand, and instantly threw it towards the leader of the strange beasts. This great spear was like a big dragon between heaven and earth, finally breaking free from the shackles, and roared as it pounced towards the leader of the strange beasts. In an instant, a shield appeared in front of the leader of the strange beasts. Dang! This great spear directly pierced into the shield. Although because the material was not as good as the shield, it couldn't penetrate, but it directly tore countless cracks. That terrifying power passed through the shield to the body of the strange beasts. He immediately let out a muffled groan, feeling that both of his arms were completely crippled. Even after most of the power was removed, it could still be so terrifying. It was simply suffocating. At the same time, the strange beast under him let out a blood-curdling screech and directly prostrated. Its 4 legs were directly broken, completely because of the power contained in Yi Shiwen's great spear. How is this possible? I'm a quasi-emperor. The leader of the strange beasts couldn't believe it. He was a quasi-emperor expert, and the strange beast under him was even a divine king. How could it not even be able to resist this kind of power? A saying suddenly came to his mind. This was the saying, "One strong man can defeat 10 skilled men." What martial arts, what magical power, in the face of Yi Shiwen's terrifying power, seemed to be meaningless. It was really too child's play, and there was no way for him to fight back. However, before he could think too much, his vision suddenly darkened. A black shadow appeared in front of him and directly blasted a fist over. Dang! With a sound like that of a great bell, Yi Shiwen's fist blasted through his superb divine shield, instantly causing it to collapse and disintegrate in the sky, almost breaking into pieces. Yi Shiwen directly attacked, and this power was even more terrifying. The hands of the leader of the strange beasts directly exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, and he screamed again and again. Then he was directly chopped in half by Yi Shiwen's hand blade, and his spirit was completely destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact it was only a matter of a few breaths. Yi Shiwen killed more than a dozen strange beasts led by a quasi-emperor, displaying amazing combat power. Even without magic power or magical power, he was still one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Seeing this scene, Mingguang only felt incomparably angry. Was Yi Shiwen playing with him? Seeing this scene, he only felt incomparably angry. Was Yi Shiwen playing with him? Seeing this scene, Mingguang only felt incomparably angry. Was Yi Shiwen playing with him? Yi Shiwen, don't be so ostentatious. At that moment, Mingguang finally made his move. An ancient sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down instantly. However, there was no sword light in this slash. Instead, there was a terrifying sword momentum. It was as if he was suppressing rather than killing. His cultivation in swordsmanship had also reached a shocking level. It was fully revealed at this time. He had been caught off guard by Yi Shiwen earlier, so he hadn't been able to attack. A terrifying aura was awakening in his body. It was like a vast ocean that directly erupted. The ancient sword took on the form of a qilin and expanded in the face of the wind. It was as if an archaic mountain was falling from the sky and chopping down. Clang! However, a shocking scene occurred. In the face of such a peerless attack, Yi Shiwen didn't retreat even a little. Instead, he welcomed it with his bare hands. Chapter 29:12. Boom! There was a shocking collision. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yi Shiwen's fist directly hit the ancient sword, and an endless energy tide erupted instantly. Immediately afterward, the ancient sword trembled violently, and the brilliance on it quickly converged. The great ways and rules attached to the countless ancient swords were all completely annihilated in an instant. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Many people exclaimed. As Yi Shiwen became more and more famous, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist that he cultivated also became more and more famous. The fist technique that was once invincible in the past had now reached a whole new level. It was obviously not blessed with any spiritual power, nor was it attached with any magical power, but there was a kind of terrifying aura surrounding it, as if it could crush the entire world. Again, Yi Shiwen shouted and directly chased in the direction of Mingguang. Then, a sky-flipping seal directly smashed down and hit the ancient sword in his hand. Boom! The ancient sword wailed violently and trembled continuously. The divine splendor and nomological laws on its body were completely withdrawn in an instant. Dense cracks began to appear on the body of the sword. Mingguang's hands began to shatter and blood splattered. Mingguang was horrified. He retreated repeatedly, frantically pulling a safe distance. Huff! Huff! Blood flowed from his palms, flowed over the sword body and dripped down. The golden color was particularly eye-catching. The blood on this sword was actually not from others, but from his own. What an irony! For the first time, his eyes showed a bit of fear. This ancient sword of his was found in the deepest part of the Netherworld Kingdom. It was left by a peerless master a long time ago and later refined by him. She didn't expect that a single punch from Yi Shiwen would actually cause numerous cracks to appear on it. How strong was Yi Shiwen's fist? Just his physical body was already so strong. If his cultivation, his spiritual power, and his Tao tool were all there, how terrifying would he be? At this time, he suddenly recalled a terrifying rumor. Several decades ago, even the soul of that lord had perished in Yi Shiwen's hands. This had led to a riot in the entire Netherworld Kingdom. Therefore, he had been assigned this task. Originally, he did not believe it. What kind of existence was that? Even though he had already stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, the gap between them was still like heaven and earth. Now, he believed that there might really be such a possibility. If it was just a primordial spirit, it might really be possible. However, Yi Shiwen didn't give him any time to hesitate. He took a step forward and arrived in front of him on the spot. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist smashed the principles in the sky, and the aftermath seemed to destroy the stars in the distance. Damn it! Mingguang finally panicked. He opened his Death God Nation again, trying to block Yi Shiwen's attack. However, it was useless. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. The punch landed on Mingguang's body. Bang! There was a shocking collision. Mingguang screamed on the spot, and his body cracked. He couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's terrifying punch, and his whole body flew out. Yi Shiwen continued to counterattack in an instant. He directly chased after Mingguang and was about to kill him. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the void and pulled Mingguang's body into the void. Yi Shiwen couldn't catch up. He could only watch this big hand save Mingguang. Mingdi, it was Mingdi. If Yi Shiwen had the Avicii sword in his hand, he would have already slashed it. Unfortunately, he had lost his magical power and couldn't fight back. This change stunned everyone. Everyone thought that Mingguang would definitely die in Yi Shiwen's hands. They didn't expect that he would be saved. Apart from Yi Shiwen, no one knew who it was that had come to rescue them, because they couldn't think of anyone who could save someone from such a cruel Yi Shiwen. That didn't make sense. Even a peak quasi-emperor realm expert couldn't save someone from Yi Shiwen so easily. In the void, the big hand disappeared without a trace. Only an eye was left, looking at Yi Shiwen coldly. Yes, they could see an extreme coldness and ruthlessness in this eye, as if it viewed everything in the world as inanimate objects. That emotionless gaze caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. It was like an ant meeting a giant who didn't care about its life at all. How terrifying was this? Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back. His figure was like a mountain standing in the air, straight into the sky. He stared at the eye from afar, showing no signs of fear. Yi Shiwen. That cold and emotionless voice rang out, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. How terrifying was that voice? Just hearing that voice alone made them have the urge to kneel down. Who the hell is this? Such a thought emerged in everyone's mind. Ming-Di, enemies really don't meet unless they're not enemies. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Ming-Di. These two words instantly shocked many people. Even the most ignorant person would understand what these two words meant. A true emperor was terrifying. Even if he was in an incomplete state, he was still far stronger than an ordinary peak quasi-emperor. That was how terrifying it was. Especially in this era where emperors didn't appear, it was even more terrifying. Moreover, it seemed as if Yi Shiwen and Ming-Di had a grudge against each other. This shocked many people even more. Who could become enemies with an emperor? This in itself was not an easy thing to do. With the strength of an emperor, no enemy could escape from their clutches. Their enemies were all dead, so there was no need to talk about becoming enemies. What kind of enmity did they have? Moreover, it didn't seem like Yi Shiwen had suffered a great loss. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. You've recovered? Yi Shiwen said slowly. That's right, I've recovered. That means your death is coming soon. A cold and emotionless voice came from the eye. Yi Shiwen laughed coldly. So what if you've recovered? How much strength do you have after forcefully recovering after being severely injured? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, it wasn't Yi Shiwen who had suffered a loss. Instead, it was Ming-Di who had suffered a great loss. Moreover, it had been beheaded. Although it didn't sound like the original body, but the primordial spirit seemed very terrifying. How much had Yi Shiwen grown in private? Ming-Di didn't say a word. Instead, he glared at Yi Shiwen with his cold eyes. This eye seemed to have come from countless dimensions. That incomparably cold gaze would make anyone who looked at it tremble in fear. Even if you're Ming-Di, don't even think about being arrogant. Young Kuin Peng roared from the side. The yin and yang images above his head instantly flew out and shattered Ming-Di's eye. It couldn't reform again. His expression was very serious and dignified. Everyone knew very well what an emperor lord meant. But he still attacked without hesitation, just when everyone was still immersed in the situation where even an emperor lord had attacked. Yi Shiwen suddenly attacked. The ancient sword in Ming Guang's hand was instantly grabbed by Yi Shiwen. The ancient sword, which was originally on the verge of destruction in Ming Guang's hand, seemed to be on the verge of shattering in the next second. But in Yi Shiwen's hand, it instantly exploded with astonishing power. The body of the sword, which was on the verge of collapse and looked as if it could collapse at any moment, quickly recovered to its original state. A divine master died in Yi Shiwen's hands before he could even react. Kill! Fight him to the death! The people who had been besieging Yi Shiwen finally reacted. They roared and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Instantly, battle cries filled the entire space again. The divine weapons exploded with dazzling light, forming a shocking torrent that rushed towards Yi Shiwen. This was like a torrent of steel. The mountains and valleys trembled. None of these people were weak, especially when it came to protecting their lives. Now that even Ming Guang had been defeated and rescued, who else could help them? They could only fight to the death and hope that they could exhaust Yi Shiwen to death. Kill! The air was boiling and violent, and battle cries shook the earth. They had already attacked. There was no room for regret, and there was no way out. They all rushed over crazily. Yi Shiwen, who was at his lowest state, was their only chance. However, even with that being the case, they still stood no chance against Yi Shiwen. With a single swing of Yi Shiwen's sword, Yi Shiwen directly cut a god king in half. His soul was destroyed as he died on the spot. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. Then a few more sword strikes came down. Even the heaven and earth collapsed, and a large area collapsed. This was a land of death. Even though some people were already at the quasi-emperor level, they could not do it. In front of Yi Shiwen, they were all laughable ants. Yi Shiwen killed mercilessly. No one could stop him. He had even killed the spirit of an ancient emperor, let alone them. He had a terrifying aura. There was no expression on his face. He was neither cold nor resentful. He was just indifferent. At this moment, it was as if he was just doing a trivial thing with his sword. In just a few dozen breaths, these people had been slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. His surroundings were already empty. There were countless corpses under his feet, and blood flowed like a river. There was silence. There was no one left except for him and young Kuinpong. The crowd watching the battle from afar held their breath. They were shocked by the massacre in front of them. It was like hell. Chapter 29:13. Everyone was shocked. The massacre was over. It didn't last long at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The difference in strength was much greater than the difference in the number of people on both sides. Before the battle began, everyone had some speculations about the outcome of the battle. However, no one thought that it would end with Yi Shiwen slaughtering everyone. It was even more exaggerated than the most exaggerated scene they had imagined. Yi Shiwen, who had lost his cultivation, was still as ferocious as ever. No, it seemed to be even more ferocious than when he was at his most ferocious. Yi Shiwen casually threw the sword aside. He didn't even greet young Kuinpong. He immediately immersed himself in his own sea of Tao and continued to walk forward. Young Kuinpong didn't care. The relationship between the two of them had long been indifferent. Yi Shiwen walked forward. This time, no one dared to covet Yi Shiwen. They didn't dare to peep at him at all. Yi Shiwen had frightened them. They didn't know where Yi Shiwen's limit was. The Heavenly Clan, who hated him to the core, couldn't send a large team to encircle him. This was because during this period of time they were being watched by the allied forces of the various races. Once their army was mobilized, the allied forces of the various races would also be mobilized. Then it would be meaningless. However, if they couldn't send enough experts, then it would be meaningless. Just like before, they also sent a large number of experts. But in the end, they were all killed by Yi Shiwen alone. This shocked the Heavenly Clan even more. With just his physical body, Yi Shiwen was comparable to a peak quasi-emperor. It wouldn't be so easy to kill him. At this time, they also focused most of their attention on DNI. As long as DNI achieved Tao, it would be useless no matter how heaven-defying Yi Shiwen was. However, at this time, following this battle, a shocking news set off a frenzy in the myriad heavens. That was Mingdi might have revived. This was a real Emperor Lord. Judging from the conversation between Yi Shiwen and him, this shouldn't be an ordinary doppelganger, but a real Emperor Lord. Now, whether it was the battle between the Heavenly Clan or the allied forces of the various races, the most important reason was that there was no decisive strategic force. And this strategic force was the Emperor. Now that such a character at the Emperor level had appeared, one could imagine the impact on both sides. Originally, almost all the Emperor could be said to belong to either the Heavenly Clan or the allied forces of the various races. Therefore, if an Emperor appeared, there was nothing to say. But Mingdi was different. For a long time, Mingdi had been extremely mysterious. It could almost be said that he didn't show himself. He basically existed in the shadows of the heavens. Regardless of which side he joined, he would be able to change the situation instantly. No matter how much both sides hated this person who manipulated the dead and profaned death, for the sake of the final victory, they couldn't care less about all that. Soon, both of the Heavenly Clan and the allied forces of the allied forces of the allied forces of forces send. They had T, and the allied forces of the allied forces side. And the allied forces, the forces, side of forces of the allied forces. Immediately, both sides fell into a dangerous situation. Yi Shiwen's existence was no different from a stabilizing force for the allied forces of the various races. Killing Yi Shiwen would be tantamount to cutting off one's own arm. Moreover, the words of the people of the Dark Kingdom might not be credible even if they killed Yi Shiwen. And they might not necessarily join their side. Wouldn't that be a trap if that happened? However, both sides had a concern. Was Yi Shiwen that easy to kill? Even a peak quasi-emperor might not be able to take him down. If they wanted to defeat him, they would probably have to use the trump cards and methods used to deal with sovereign emperors in order to succeed. The price was simply too high. Both sides wanted to use other conditions to exchange for the Nether Kingdom to join their side. Even the proud and arrogant Tian clan, who looked down on everyone else other than their own race, couldn't help but put down their pride and self-esteem when faced with a deadlock situation. Because such a deadlock would devour the lives of countless experts of the Tian clan every day. It was simply a flesh mill. In the face of such a loss, even the arrogant self-esteem had to lower its head. The only concern was that the strength of the Nether Kingdom was unknown. After so many years, no one knew what kind of strength they had accumulated. For other forces, the death of people was a loss and a great blow to their vitality. However, for the Nether Kingdom, it was a way to increase their strength. It was completely incomparable. It was just that the temptation of a sovereign emperor joining their side was too great. Even if there was only a small possibility, they were not willing to give up. For a time, the undercurrents were surging fiercely. During this process, Yi Shiwen was still continuing his journey of cutting the Tao. Step by step, he cut the Tao and walked towards the sealed place of the Tian clan. Another 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen suddenly disappeared in the sea of stars. He had disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. After so many years, everyone seemed to have gotten used to Yi Shiwen always appearing in front of them. Just like that, he disappeared in front of them, causing many people to become nervous, especially the Tian clan. A statement suddenly came out. Yi Shiwen had completed cutting the Tao and remolded his own Tao. Only in this way could he regain his cultivation and power. He disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This statement immediately set off shocking waves, especially when the entire Tian clan was still debating whether or not to send an army to eradicate Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had already disappeared, causing many people to become anxious. The sealed place of the Tian clan was in the crevice of the endless void. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to find it. However, after the return of the Tian clan in these years, the sealed place of the Tian clan was no longer a secret. It had become a place heavily guarded by the Tian clan. Especially at the beginning, there were Tian clan experts coming out of the sealed place at almost every moment and rushing to various battlefields. Over the years, the number of experts had gradually decreased. Most of the experts who should have come out had already come out. Even so, the Tian clan's heavy guard was still incomparably tight. A faintly discernible figure slowly appeared in the sealed place of the Tian clan. It was Yi Shiwen who had just recovered his cultivation. Who else could it be? Just as everyone had guessed, Yi Shiwen had indeed completed cutting the Tao and remolded his own Tao. Now he had regained his cultivation and magical power. After cutting the Tao and cultivating the Tao, although Yi Shiwen's cultivation did not improve further, it was completely different from before. He had been reborn. If Yi Shiwen had felt that there was a huge wall in front of him that he could not cross, and that the amazing accumulation of the past was very likely to become his burden, then Yi Shiwen had now completely swept away the hidden dangers in his past cultivation through the method of cutting the Tao again. Most importantly, he had walked out of his own Tao. In the past, his cultivation had been comprehending the Tao of other clans, but he did not have his own Tao. In the past, he did not feel anything, but when he really reached this step, he understood that it was imperative to walk out of his own Tao. It was something that he had to do. Just like if one wanted to become a real emperor, he had to open up a unique Tao of his own. He could not walk side by side with others, nor could he follow others blindly. He had to be unique and open up his own Tao. Now, although Yi Shiwen could not say that he had opened up his own Tao, he had cleared up the veins of the Tao that he had cultivated, and was no longer confused by the Tao of others. The most obvious thing was that there was no barrier on his road to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. The obstacles that he felt difficult to cross previously no longer existed. As long as he had enough accumulation, he could naturally break through to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. The only thing left was to prepare for the emperor's realm's great tribulation. This problem had already been placed in front of Yi Shiwen. Even Yi Shiwen didn't have any assurance as he thought of the terrifying emperor's realm's great tribulation. Since ancient times, many geniuses had appeared. They weren't inferior to the emperor's realm's great tribulation. People remembered the emperor's great tribulation from ancient times to the present. Who would remember the geniuses who had fought with them until their heads were bleeding? However, Emperor Anai was also about to achieve Tao. There was not much time left for Yi Shiwen. He could not slowly accumulate. He could only think of some special methods to make his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. The sealed area controlled by the Tian clan had become an extremely prosperous area. It was heavily guarded by the Tian clan. This was also another extremely important place for the Tian clan in addition to the Tian clan's main camp. Experts could be seen everywhere. Many arrays were constantly being built and buried. There were also many war weapons that were faintly discernible. Obviously, the Tian clan wanted to turn this sealed area into an important place. Even if the allied forces of the various clans returned, they could not attack it, let alone regain control of this sealed area. Yi Shiwen turned into an ordinary Tian clan member and walked in the sealed area. With his cultivation, naturally no Tian clan member could recognize him. Looking from afar, in the core area of the sealed area, a huge array was constantly operating. The hexagonal star array emitted a terrifying divine light, constantly attacking a black hole. And in that black hole, there was a faintly discernible seal word. This seal word had an unparalleled powerful aura, suppressing this black hole. However, on this seal word, dense cracks began to appear, and from these cracks, there were Tian clan experts coming in and out from time to time. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from these cracks. Emperor, it was the Emperor. Chapter 29:14. Even if only a little bit of the terrifying aura leaked out, it was enough to make people want to kneel down instantly. That was the suppression of a completely different level of life. An emperor was trying to break the seal. Yi Shiwen immediately realized that there was an emperor on the other side of the seal trying to come to the myriad world through the seal. If they really succeeded, then there would be a good show to watch. It's really not peaceful at all. Yi Shiwen touched his forehead and said, but his face was completely solemn. Currently in the myriad world, the only known living emperor was Ming Di. Ming Di's ambition was not any smaller than the heavenly clan, so he could not be relied on at all. Moreover, even if Ming Di stood up, it would be useless. He was only half crippled and could not be compared to the emperor at his peak. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen did not have a good relationship with him. Ming Di coming out was simply a disaster for him. However, although the aura of the emperor was constantly leaking out, the seal was also bursting with powerful light, constantly suppressing the aura. It's still a little bit off, but it won't be long before that Lord breaks the seal. At that time, it won't be a problem for him to rule the world. I heard that there is not a single emperor in the myriad world now. It will be their time to die. Yi Shiwen was in the city, looking into the distance, but he heard voices of discussion in his ears. Many of the heavenly clan were looking in the direction of the seal with respect. Yi Shiwen's face turned cold as he listened. Although he did not know how long they were talking about, it should not be a long time. He was afraid that he did not have much time left. However, although that Lord can come over, he passed down a decree for the emperor to go to the origin place and accept the inheritance. Someone said softly, obviously receiving some news. What? The emperor is going to accept the inheritance? Isn't he going to soar to the sky and become an existence of the emperor level? Someone cried out in surprise. The origin grounds, that's a place of inheritance created by the various imperial monarchs, and there are supreme inheritances within. Many seniors have headed there before they passed away and left behind their inheritances for their descendants. It was rumored that this origin land was the origin of the heavenly race. It had the same status as the ancestral land of the human race. However, the origin land of the heavenly race was more mysterious than the ancestral land of the human race. Within the Tian clan, over the countless years, it was unknown just how many experts had appeared. Some of these experts had never left the origin land in their entire lives. They had always stayed in the origin land. This was the true foundation of the Tian clan, and they could not afford to lose it. Not to mention that many of the Tian clan experts who were about to fall had all returned to the origin land in the end. No one knew how many inheritances there were inside, and there were even inheritances from the Tian clan monarchs. Among the many legends about the Tian clan, there were many examples of people who had gained enlightenment overnight and soared to great heights. Yes, the origin land is not a place that everyone can enter. It will only open once every 10,000 years. Only the most powerful geniuses are allowed to enter it. It is the root of our Tian clan. This time, it is not only the emperor who has been summoned back. There are also several invincible geniuses on the other side of the sealed land who will also enter together. That's right. The bloodline of our clan that has been left outside has been severely suppressed by the various clans. There are no powerful figures at all. If the emperor and I didn't get the opportunity to become an emperor, he wouldn't have a chance. However, this time he will probably soar to the sky. Compared with others, his biggest weakness is that his cultivation is shallow. This time he will soar to the sky. With the opportunity to become an emperor in hand, he will definitely achieve enlightenment within 100 years. With the support of an emperor, sooner or later, the heavens and myriad realms will crawl under our feet again. Yi Shiwen's expression was slightly startled. He didn't expect that he would still reach this step, even though he had tried his best to destroy the opportunity of the Emperor and I. The situation that the Emperor and I was facing now was somewhat similar to his. No matter how fast his progress was, his cultivation time was too short. It was still a fatal flaw. Now, if he obtained the inheritance of the Emperor, then it was inevitable that he would become an emperor and achieve enlightenment. It was not impossible to achieve enlightenment within 100 years. This was something that Yi Shiwen absolutely could not tolerate. 100 years was too short for him. He must not give the emperor and I a chance to succeed. Countless thoughts turned in Yi Shiwen's mind in an instant. His face shape also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he became a young man in a luxurious robe with an incomparably arrogant face. The powerful aura of the Tian clan also spread out from his body. He decided to disguise as a master of the Tian clan and enter the origin land. He would find the emperor and I and kill him. At the very least, he would find the inheritance and devour it. He could not fall behind the emperor and I. Above the sky, infinite golden light instantly scattered in all directions. A huge car rolled across the sky. It completely ignored the seal in the city and landed in the city. Everyone made way for it. They saw that the car was huge, like a huge palace. It was pulled by 9 powerful exotic beasts. Any one of them was an extremely tyrannical divine king outside. Now, they could only be used to pull the car. One could imagine how luxurious the owner of this car was. There was only an old man in plain clothes driving the car. He wore a bamboo hat on his head. No one could see what he looked like clearly. They only felt that his aura was unfathomable. On this car, there were countless beautiful women in gorgeous clothes playing. It was as if they were in a paradise on earth. Among these beautiful women, there were 3 handsome young men and women surrounded in the center. The leader was a young man in a purple robe. His purple robe was like a burning flame. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a ball of flame. At this time he spoke. How unlucky. I didn't expect to find Yi Shiwen when I was so interested. In the end, I didn't find him. He is not in the so-called Hidden Alliance. Yi Shiwen didn't care about it at first. But suddenly his eyes suddenly turned sharp. I think it's hard to live up to his reputation. How famous is Yi Shiwen? His subordinates are a bunch of weak people. Only Yi Qianqian and Yi Mo have a little bit of influence. Among the 3, Another young man in a golden robe said arrogantly. His eyes were like two big suns, burning fiercely. This was a sign of his cultivation. TSK, how boring. I followed the master of nothingness to kill a bunch of trash. That Yi Qianqian is a little interesting. She actually has a Dao tool. But now it has fallen into the hands of the master of nothingness. The only remaining woman in red said with a yawn. This time, the master of nothingness didn't make a wasted trip. Although he was disrupted by the martial arts sect and the heavenly court in the end, his strength has increased greatly after obtaining a Dao tool. This time he will definitely come out on top and be invincible in the land of origin. That's not necessarily true. How can the others be ordinary? Most importantly, the rebellious emperor from the outside is not a simple person. He has the opportunity to obtain Dao. Among our generation, if there is anyone who is most likely to obtain Dao, it is definitely rebellious emperor. The young man in the purple robe said, TSK, what is rebellious emperor? Those who stayed in the myriad heavens realms were suppressed. In recent years, there have been no decent talents. Rebellious emperor is just a dwarf. If it wasn't for the opportunity to become an emperor, who does he think he is? How can he be compared to us? The young man in the purple robe said. The young man in the golden robe sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that all of you are absolutely forbidden to attack him, he wouldn't have been able to keep the opportunity to become an emperor. If he doesn't want to go to the land of origin, then we will teach them a lesson. That's true. Those who stayed behind are all trash. How can they be compared to us? The woman in the red robe said disdainfully. It's a pity that we didn't manage to kill Yi Shiwen. I heard that he has several Dao tools, especially the time robe. Back then, he killed many of our senior experts. It's such a waste to fall into the hands of a human. The young man in the purple robe sighed and said, I heard that he was comprehending Dao, so we specially rushed over from the other side of the sealed land. In the end, we were still too late. I heard that he has completed the cutting Dao and is very powerful. If there is a chance, I would like to fight with him. I think it's hard to live up to his reputation. A mere human doesn't have the bloodline of an emperor clan. How strong can he be? How can he be compared to us? He can't even win against DNI. The young man in the golden robe said coldly with an extremely arrogant expression. Whether it was Yi Shiwen or DNI, he didn't like them. In his opinion, there were no heroes in the world. Only then did the young become famous. Fortunately, they didn't come out. Otherwise, they could kill these so-called super geniuses in seconds. I say, you guys are too arrogant. A clear and cold voice sounded. Huh. The young man in the purple robe frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He turned his head and saw that a handsome young man in a luxurious robe had appeared in the carriage. Who are you? The two flames in the eyes of the young man in the golden robe were almost materialized. This was a kind of supreme magic power of the heavenly eyes. It was extremely powerful. It could only be practiced under the forging of the mystical flame. The person who will teach you how to be a person. The young man grinned. Who else could it be but Yi Shiwen? Teaching us how to be a person? That's ridiculous. Are you looking for death? The young man in the golden robe burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. I think you dare to be so arrogant because you don't know who we are. Your names? Is it necessary to know? You're just some losers who are about to be defeated by me. Yi Shiwen grinned and smiled happily. Chapter 29:15. Teach us how to be human? Good. I've never heard of anyone wanting to teach me how to be human in my life. The young man in the golden robe was so angry that he laughed when he heard Yi Shiwen's words. He was completely furious. He had always been arrogant. Even super geniuses like DNI and Yi Shiwen, who had been famous for a long time, he did not take them seriously. In his opinion, they were just monkeys calling themselves kings when there were no tigers in the mountains. It was nothing at all. However, someone actually dared to say that he wanted to teach them how to be human at this time. Wasn't that the same as bumping into the muzzle of his gun? Ha ha ha, how funny. The young man in the purple robe was rolling on the ground with laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke. It seems like our deterrence is not enough. These people from the Garrison faction actually dare to be so arrogant. The woman in the red robe was also so angry that she laughed. Obviously, she was completely infuriated by Yi Shiwen's words. Deterrence? What deterrence do you think you guys have? Yi Shiwen grinned and said, If it's that so-called master of nothingness, then it's more like it. I can still practice my skills. How dare you guys say that the Garrison faction is trash? Yi Shiwen had completely put himself in the consciousness of a heavenly race expert. His eyes were shining with a cold light that was even colder than the coldest place in the universe. What did he just hear? These guys had just attacked the Hidden Alliance, and even let a guy called Master of Nothingness snatch the devil worship. Yi Shiwen had specially refined it for Yi Qianshan to protect herself. Now he was told that something had happened and it had been taken away. From their words, it seemed like the Hidden Alliance had also suffered heavy losses, although they were chased away by the martial sect and the heavenly court in the end. Such losses were completely imaginable. All these years he had been focusing on cutting Dao. It seemed like some people thought that he was easy to bully, especially these young people from the heavenly race who came from the other side of the seal. They had no intention of taking him seriously at all. However, Yi Shiwen did not want to reveal his identity yet, but he could not let these guys go. He could only pretend to be an indignant expert from the Garrison faction. Trash is trash. I said that you are all trash. So what? The golden-robed young man looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. The scorching flame in his eyes seemed to burn the heavens. Let me see how capable the retention sect is. How dare you say such shameless words? You deserve to die 10,000 times over. You must die immediately. The golden-robed young man suddenly stood up and attacked Yi Shiwen with his palm. As the palm descended, a huge image appeared in the sky. It was the Myriad Worlds diagram. He had completely integrated the Myriad Worlds diagram into his martial arts. It was obviously related to the Myriad Worlds dynasty. This huge scroll instantly turned into billowing waves and crashed down towards Yi Shiwen. It directly crushed down towards Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Yi Shiwen made his move. A mass of thunder power appeared in his hand and turned into a monstrous giant hand. It tore the heaven and earth apart, and even the Myriad Worlds diagram was torn into pieces. Yi Shiwen had even defeated the Dao tool of the Myriad Worlds diagram, let alone a type of magical martial arts. It was nothing. However, Yi Shiwen could not use martial arts like the 6 paths of reincarnation fist that he was famous for. Otherwise, he would be easily recognized. In this case, the strength that he could exert would be somewhat affected. However, if it was just to deal with these guys, it was more than enough. This mass of thunder power instantly turned into a huge sea, and a counterattack broke out in an instant. Then, it fell towards the golden-robed young man fiercely. Rumble! The speed of these thunder powers was too fast. In an instant, the golden-robed young man was shrouded in it, and then endless explosions occurred. The entire cart instantly turned into a mass of flying ash. Even though the cart itself was made of extremely precious and rare divine materials, it was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen's thunder power. The thunder character charm was faintly discernible on Yi Shiwen's body, concealing all the other auras of Yi Shiwen. At this moment, it seemed as if he was the reincarnation of the most powerful Thunder Emperor in the world. He stood towering in the sky like an ancient divine mountain. Ah, ah, ah! A series of roars came from the mouth of the golden-robed young man. After the countless thunder powers dissipated, his figure was revealed. In an instant, only an incomparably embarrassing appearance could be seen, and he no longer had the arrogant and domineering appearance from before. At this time, the others had already hidden far away, not daring to approach. Even the celestial race knew what it meant to seek luck and avoid calamity. Obviously, the people who were fighting here were not people they could afford to provoke. In the face of such peerless villains, it was better to stay as far away as possible. "Who the hell are they? How dare they make a move here?" someone exclaimed. This sealed land was such an important place, and they actually dared to make a move here. It was simply audacious. One must know that living here, they didn't even dare to speak loudly, because there were too many masters stationed here. A little carelessness could cause them to offend a terrifying existence that they couldn't afford to provoke. At that time, it would be really too late to cry even if they wanted to. I know those three. Aren't they called the Immortal Dawn, 3 friends? If these 3 people join forces, unless the Emperor Lord personally takes action, I'm afraid that they will be invincible. That's right. However, these 3 people are also very annoying. They are targeting our faction everywhere. They think that our ancestors were simply afraid and didn't participate in the final battle, so they weren't sealed inside. Someone mentioned the fierce conflict between the 2 factions of the Celestial race, the Seal faction and the Celestial race. The Seal faction thought that they had built a base here and finally persisted until they were rescued. It could be said that they had worked hard and made great contributions. However, the sealed and exiled Seal faction didn't think so. In their opinion, those people were cowards who didn't participate in the final battle. Otherwise, how could they not be sealed inside? However, in general, the Seal faction still had the absolute upper hand. They completely dominated in all aspects of strength. Therefore, the Seal faction had to swallow their anger for so many years. Now that they saw someone targeting the people of the Seal faction, many people of the Seal faction didn't say anything on the surface, but secretly cheered. Finally, someone came out to teach these guys a lesson. Who asked them to be so arrogant? If they weren't so arrogant, the Seal faction wouldn't have been forced to this point. "You, no matter who you are, you will die today," the golden-robed young man said coldly. "None of you are allowed to interfere. Today I will kill him thoroughly." Because of the words of the golden-robed young man, the mysterious coachman, and the other 2 members of the Xia 3 friends suddenly stopped their actions. Originally, they planned to directly attack and get rid of Yixuan. However, at this time, the golden-robed young man was still angry. They didn't want to provoke him at this time. Moreover, this degree of attack couldn't hurt them. So, they let the golden-robed young man deal with it. "You are really going to die." The golden-robed young man suddenly grabbed with his palm. Countless spirit energies condensed and pushed in the air. In an instant, with a rumbling sound, countless spirit energies were grabbed and turned into the myriad worlds diagram. The momentum was magnificent. In an instant, it seemed as if all the worlds in the heavens were manifested in it. It was a conscious projection. It was very terrifying. Compared to the previous attack, the eyes of the golden-robed young man erupted with endless flames. These flames stained the myriad worlds diagram. Suddenly, many worlds in the myriad worlds diagram turned into a sea of fire. This sea of fire condensed together and directly suppressed Yixuan. Many people of the Tian clan exclaimed and fled into the distance. Although this sea of fire was in the myriad worlds diagram, this myriad worlds diagram was not the real myriad worlds diagram. It was only condensed from spirit energies. Even if it was just the aftermath of the fire, it was enough to completely burn them to death. Only this method. "You want to deal with me? Naive." Yixuan sneered. A circle of divine radiance appeared behind him. Then a huge mass of thunder power manifested in his hand. In an instant, this ball of lightning power transformed into a blue qilin. Even the scales on its body were completely outlined. It was vivid and lifelike. Impressively, it was the qilin that had protected the Thunder Emperor's talisman. It was just that this qilin was outlined by Yixuan's memory. It was many times stronger than the Thunder qilin from before. This blue Thunder qilin grew bigger and bigger in Yixuan's hand. It rose against the wind and roared towards the sky. Then it instantly flew out. An endless sea of thunder melted under the feet of the Thunder Qilin, forming an absolute thunder domain. Every time its 4 feet stepped down, it could form circles of thunder and lightning ripples. The energy in these ripples could even completely destroy a star. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom! This Thunder Qilin directly rushed into the Myriad Worlds diagram in the Sea of Fire. The fierce collision between the two sides broke out in an instant. Then, a terrifying scene happened. Yi Shiwen's Thunder Qilin almost instantly broke through the countless worlds formed by the Myriad Worlds diagram. The flames in the countless worlds had always been famous for their explosive power, but now they encountered even more explosive and more powerful thunder power. They were instantly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Qilin directly broke through the Myriad Worlds diagram and rushed towards the golden-robed young man, opening its bloody mouth. Chapter 29:16. That lightning Qilin roared and began to run in the sky. It was like an immemorial divine mountain was running. Even the sky was shaking and sand and stones were sent flying. All the defenses of the young man in the golden robe were broken. The Thunder Qilin opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the young man in the golden robe. Boom! After the entire Thunder Qilin swallowed the golden-robed young man, it instantly exploded. It was like a huge nuclear bomb had exploded. However, its power was even more terrifying. It directly annihilated everything, annihilated the laws, annihilated the chaos, and everything ceased to exist. Everything returned to nothingness. The endless energy waves dissipated, revealing the figure of the young man in the golden robe. He had already been blown beyond recognition. Even if all the defensive martial instruments were used, he was not directly blown into pieces. Instead, he was blown into a bloody mess. There was no longer the elegant appearance he had before. He looked like a stray dog, extremely embarrassed. "Damn it, how dare you hurt me?" The young man in the golden robe's face was livid and extremely hideous. Under the contrast of the golden blood, he looked extremely terrifying. All the aura on his body was constantly galloping, like thousands of horses galloping. All the blood seemed to have been cast back to his body by a spell of time reversal. In just an instant he had almost recovered. However, his face was even more unsightly. His eyes were like 2 flames staring at Yi Shiwen. "I must tear you into pieces." "Who dares to act so presumptuously in this sealed place?" An old and cold voice came from afar. The young man in the golden robe's expression suddenly stagnated. He seemed to have heard who the person was, and could not help but feel a little depressed. "Get lost, or I'll kill you too," Yi Shiwen said in an incomparably cold tone. "Who the hell is this person? I have seen many arrogant and despotic people in my life, but I have never heard of anyone who dares to be so arrogant and despotic in this place. Doesn't he know how many experts are stationed here?" Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Yi Shiwen's domineering words had almost scared the shit out of him. "No matter how strong he is, I'm afraid that he won't have a good ending after offending these elders. Are all the members of the Garrison faction so arrogant and ignorant? Don't talk about our Garrison faction. Speaking of which, I've never seen him before. The world is so big. It's not strange to have a few hidden experts. I just don't know which sect he's from. He's so arrogant and domineering. He should be from the Imperial dynasty. His master might be one of the Imperial monarchs. To the Tian clan, being born into a dynasty was equivalent to having the inheritance of an emperor in the myriad heavens. It was just that almost all of the celestial races' imperial monarchs established their own dynasties and passed down their legacies, while almost all of the other worlds passed down their legacies through sections. This was the biggest difference. Those golden-robed youths were almost at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Yi Shiwen's strength also seemed to be strong, not weak. Such an existence, even if he was not a direct disciple of the emperor, he should be a member of the empire. It was impossible for ordinary legacies to cultivate such a person. Good, you've got guts. I'd like to see who exactly you are. I'll capture you first and get your sect to come and get you." Yi Shiwen only heard an ice-cold voice, followed by a big hand grabbing out of the void. It was carrying a supreme sealing talisman, and directly grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. It was actually grabbing Yi Shiwen with its bare hands. It was obvious that it did not put Yi Shiwen in its eyes, or in other words, it did not think that Yi Shiwen might resist. The golden-robed young man's eyes flashed with hatred. He hadn't taken his revenge yet, but he didn't dare to go against the elder's will. He knew very well how terrifying the old fellows in this sealed area were. Even with his background, he didn't want to offend these old fellows here. These old guys had strange tempers. They were strong and had profound skills. Most importantly, they had connections throughout the Tian clan. No one was willing to offend these guys. "You're lucky." He looked at Yi Shiwen with hatred. In his opinion, being captured by the elders was a good thing. At least, he would not be tortured to death. "You dare to capture me? Do you think you're worthy?" Yi Shiwen sneered. He had no scruples at all. In fact, with his current cultivation, the only people who could make him scruple were emperors. Other than emperors, there was no one else who could make him feel scruples. Thunder power erupted from Yi Shiwen's body and turned into scriptures. These scriptures exuded a strange divine light and were all describing the great way of thunder. Although the experts of the Tian clan had retreated far away, their eyesight was not bad. They could all see very clearly, especially some of them who cultivated the power of thunder. When they saw the scriptures on Yi Shiwen's body, their eyes almost popped out. These scriptures were so profound that they could not understand them at all. It was like a fantasy story, as if they were reading a book from the heavens. With their cultivation, they had such a feeling at this moment. One could imagine the shock in their hearts. Who the hell is this person? How can his cultivation of thunder be so tyrannical? Many people were guessing. Many experts of the Tian clan who cultivated the law of thunder flashed in their minds, but it seemed that they could not connect this domineering young man in front of them. They were completely different. Moreover, compared to those people in the legends, this person in front of them was even stronger and more terrifying. "You want to capture me?" The lightning on Yi Shiwen's body turned into a long sword, and a shocking sword stabbed out. In an instant, the giant hand that was trying to grab him was completely destroyed. Immediately after, the giant sword did not lose any of its momentum and slashed through the void, revealing a figure within. It was an ancient old man, wearing clothes that were fashionable many years ago, and his body carried a bit of a decadent and ancient aura. He sat cross-legged on a cloud bed in the void, chanting the divine text. At this moment, when he saw the space in front of him suddenly broken, he was instantly furious. He was exposed. Most importantly, someone dared to fight back. This was simply intolerable. "You dare to fight back?" The ancient old man was instantly furious. Then Yi Shiwen grabbed the endless thunder energy in his hand, and in an instant, it turned into a battle spear. The veins on his arm bulged, and he threw it directly. Whoosh! This thunder spear directly tore through the endless roar of thunder, and directly blasted into the space with lightning speed. The ancient old man did not have time to react at all, and was directly hit by the thunder spear. His whole body was penetrated, and then directly knocked back. Even the small world where he was in collapsed under the thunder spear and instantly disappeared without a trace. The scene was silent. Everyone could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and looked at Yi Shiwen. "This is fake, right? This is 2F** King Fierce." Everyone was a little dumbfounded, and they were shocked on the spot. Although they felt that they had overestimated Yi Shiwen, they did not expect that they still underestimated Yi Shiwen. Not only did he have the guts to attack, but his attack was so sharp and terrifying. It was simply the most terrifying thunder tyrant in the legends. With one blow, an elder who survived from ancient times was blasted away and almost beheaded. Is he not afraid of punishment? Even if he had the support of the empire behind him, He might not be able to handle such a huge matter by causing trouble here. If he made a bigger fuss, he might even alert the lords on the other side of the seal who were trying to break the seal. By then, no one would be able to protect them. Well, now that no one is disturbing us, where were we just now? Just now, I said that I would teach you a good lesson. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. The young man in the golden robe quickly reacted. After experiencing the initial shock, a fierce expression quickly climbed up his face. Good, very good. It couldn't be better without the interference of those old guys. I will definitely break every bone in your body. I want you to understand who you have offended. The young man in the golden robe said with a loud laugh, and his laughter was incomparably happy. Whoosh! In an instant, the young man in the golden robe directly attacked. He did not intend to wait for Yi Shiwen to attack. From just now until now, he had been in a disadvantageous position, constantly being suppressed by Yi Shiwen. He wanted to completely regain the upper hand. He directly blasted a palm towards Yi Shiwen. In the blink of an eye, the palm slapped out a billowing flame towards Yi Shiwen. He directly used all kinds of magical powers in the sky, not giving Yi Shiwen any chance to catch his breath. I have already said that it's just an insignificant skill. In front of my Thunder Tao, everything is fleeting. Yi Shiwen roared as if he was a cultivator who was extremely obsessed with the law of thunder. His entire person instantly rushed over like a ball of lightning. The sound of wind and thunder was torn apart, and his entire person was like a ball of lightning, directly rushing into the rolling fire. The flames that were enough to refine the stars and penetrate the world could not burn his body at all. Even the power of thunder used to protect his body had no way to break through. Yi Shiwen's understanding of the law of thunder was completely revealed, and it was strong to an unimaginable extent. Bang! Those flames were once again broken by Yi Shiwen. He was like a monster in human skin, a humanoid dinosaur, directly rushing in front of the young man in the golden robe. Then a slap suddenly slapped over. Pa! An extremely loud slap came, and then the body of the young man in the golden robe spun rapidly like a top and fell heavily to the ground.